Yay.
We're live! Oh my gosh.
Sorry, I have a soundboard. I'm legally obligated to use that sound effect, I think.
You gotta use it. I love it. Oh my gosh. Welcome to the 2020 Utah Podcast Summit, or should I say the Not Only Utah Podcast Summit, because it is 2020 and we are virtual this year. But we are so excited to be here live and here with everybody for the Utah Podcast Summit. We've got a great lineup this year. This is just the first night, and I'm already so excited about it.
Oh, you're not alone. We're so excited. I've been jonesing for this all week. Oh my God. So stoked.
This is pretty exciting. I at the beginning of the year, I did not think it would be a virtual summit, but here we are.
Who could have expected anything?
But we're going to make a go of it. You know, my favorite thing about the summit and the podcast is getting together and connecting with each other. And we really are going to do our best to have some collaboration, some connection, and having as much togetherness as we possibly can, starting with this little festival of fun and just celebrating podcasting by listening to some fun podcasts.
Yeah, for sure. And we're getting comments that, hey, it's working. So that's good. I'm seeing our faces on our Facebook page as well. So if you are tuning in from our YouTube channel, from our Facebook page, let us know. Say hi. We'd love to see who's out there listening tonight. We're going to be sticking around here for a few hours because we've got a whole night planned just of podcasts. Some of the feedback we got last year is that everybody was saying the podcast summit was too short and people wanted more. And so here we are. We've expanded to 2 days. And tonight is our Friday festival. It's a celebration of podcasts. And we've got a great lineup of live podcasts tonight.
Yeah, and I think Kyle is starting to breathe now.
Well, we'll see. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, so I hope that you are, if you're tuning in, grab a drink, grab some snacks, settle in. We're going to have a fun night ahead of us. If you are watching this from our Facebook page or our YouTube page and you don't have a ticket to the Utah Podcast Summit yet, those are still available on our website, utahpodcastsummit.com. In fact, look, I can put up a little banner here at the bottom. I've been playing with tools in this. Look at it, it's fancy. Nice. So you can get a ticket there at utahpodcastsummit.com. You can log in tomorrow during our Saturday summit. We're going to have all of our speakers streaming live to the website, to a members only section of the website. You got to have the ticket to log in for that. But if you can't join us live tomorrow, all the recordings will still be there. So you can come back and watch it later as well.
Love it.
Yeah, and we've got a cool lineup for all of that too. It's also on the website under schedule, so check all of that out. All right. Yeah, you guys, are we ready to get started here or what?
Are we? Well, we're 4 minutes in. Any what is it? Dry cleaning? It's not dry cleaning. What is it called? Brandon.
Business
house cleaning or anything that people need to know. I know we're kind of probably waiting for folks to get on and stuff. This should be super smooth, super easy. You should be able to just get on the website. Crisella's team has made a giant Herculean effort to get all the
we've tried
in the back end built out, and we've played with so many different tools and stuff, and oh my gosh, it's a brave new world we live in, and we're taking it on.
Well, I will say, because this is all new to us, if you run into problems with the website, with anything, go to, again, utahpodcastsummit.com, go to contact us. That'll send us a message, and we'll try our best to help you out. You also can send a message in the comments here on our video. We might not get to those as quickly though. So, probably the easiest way is going to be to send us a message, but, let us know. We're happy to help out however we can.
And during this whole thing, we're gonna try this and I guess we're gonna try it tonight first. After each show, we're gonna give a little bit, maybe if the show hasn't run too long, a little bit of time for folks to actually jump in the stream. Now we're only allowed 10 people in this, but the first few people that jump in can ask live questions, can actually be on. We'll be controlling it, so nothing will get out of hand. And we're going to be doing that throughout the whole event. And tomorrow, you're going to have an opportunity, just like if you were at a live event and you go walk up to the microphone, first person to walk up to the microphone, or first 10 people to walk up to the microphone get to ask questions. So I just wanted to throw that out there quickly so everybody knows we want this as interactive as possible.
Yeah, and it's not just limited to 10 people over the course of the entire day. As soon as somebody asks their question and they leave and they sit down, so to say, then a new person can get in line. We're social distancing virtually, I guess.
And we will kick you out if you get too wind-hearted.
Little rowdy. Let's not have anybody being rowdy here.
Cristella's in charge of that. Just kick them out, Cristela.
All right.
They're getting
I'm the bouncer.
Cristella's our bouncer today.
He's the bouncer. I love it. That's awesome. I want to do it. That sounds fun. No, I get too excited about it. Then we wouldn't have a show.
Oh, that's true. We love our community. We're sad that we don't get to see you in person this year, but at least we get to have this virtual event and be together this way.
So I just jumped on the Facebook live, and I'm looking at it here. Oh, I just wanted to make sure that that's possible. So if you're out there, you can tell your friends about it, and they can see this event free of charge. Just come on and there's a Tippy Moore.
Tippy Moore is here. Hi.
You guys are awesome. So excited for this. Cool, Tippy. Awesome. We're excited for this too.
And Adam is here. Hi, Adam. Welcome. It's great to have you.
We do have the ability to see all these comments and have them. So if you put a comment in there, actually Cristela can throw it up on the screen and we can talk about it.
Sure can.
I think you should put Kyle's comment up there.
Yeah.
Since Cristela is the bouncer, she's going to kick Bobby out. So there is a slight delay, small delay in when the stream hits you to when the comments bring it back. We're going to do our best, but yeah, no, it's really cool.
Bobby's kicked out. That's I got to watch my P's and Q's. Isn't it P's and Q's? Is that right?
I don't know. You're supposed to be watching them.
I'm supposed to be watching them. I don't. Maybe that's too old of a saying. Watch your P's and Q's.
Mind your manners and be a good boy, Bobby. That's all there is to it.
Oh my gosh, that's gonna be tough. Okay, well, yeah, I always have you guys to help keep me in line, and it's beautiful because you're right here next to me, and so we're good to go. So how's this going tonight? What are we doing tonight? I mean, it's not mostly. It's all just podcasts. We're gonna do live.
All just
streaming.
podcasts.
We have Dave Jackson in the house. Who are some of the other podcasts that are going live?
Oh, well, you jumped right into the surprise guest there.
Oh, no. That was not true. That was a joke.
Bobby's just too excited.
that was a total joke.
It's all good. No, Dave Jackson will be with us tonight from School of Podcasting. He's going to be joining us at 5:00 p.m. Mountain Time. After that, we've got a podcast called The United States of Dramerica. They are a whiskey podcast. We're very excited to hear that. And then tonight, we have Super Dirt, a podcast that is digging up the dirt on superheroes and supervillains. So that's going to be a super fun podcast. We're actually all on that podcast, and we're really, really excited about it.
I will say we took some liberties in. We just have so much fun with everyone that we work with. So
we have such a great cast. That Super Dirt. Hopefully, you guys enjoy it as much as we enjoy doing it, because I sure enjoy doing it an awful lot. My alter ego is not much different than me, but just enough.
I don't know. It's a pretty good approximation of Bobby done by Bobby.
Done by Bobby. Oh no, my wife goes, "Do you sound like a dirty old man on that show? That's not good." I'm not a dirty old man. I'm bringing up the dirt on the supers. It's different.
I love it.
Yeah, so it's a superhero parody news show that we just have a blast with.
Yeah.
So.
But our first podcast up tonight is Fandom 5. Are we ready to get started with that?
Yes, let's do it, folks.
I think we are.
All right. So Let me find my little introduction thing. All right, Fandom 5. Brandon Ushio, on this very stream with us right now, has been hosting the Fandom podcast for over 6 years now. And this past year, he spun out the show called the Fandom 5 from that. And so fandoms are things that you love and things that you bring together, like that bring you together with others. Kind of the things that we geek out about and love in our lives. So on Fandom 5, Brandon talks to his guests about 5 fandoms that have positively influenced their lives. And they talk about everything from Star Wars to Marvel to World War II military aircraft, which, I freaking love that. So if you love it, there is a fandom for it. So and Brandon is interviewing Bobby tonight, actually. So you guys take it away.
All right. Well, let's get this started correctly. Welcome to Fandom 5. I am Brandon Ushio, and on today's show, I've got the man, the myth, the legend, Bobby Glenn James. Thanks for joining me, Bobby.
Thanks for having. We've been talking about this, I feel like, for months and months.
Yeah, forever. Like since before the show was spun out into its own show, I've been talking to you about having you on here. Yeah. And so, you're the co-founder of the Utah Podcast Summit. You are the host of the Biz for Good show. You are a cast member on the show Super Dirt. There's nothing that you can't do. So why don't we...
Nothing I can't do. That's right. I'm a super. Wait, no, I'm not a super.
No, why don't we jump right into your Fandom 5? What are 5 fandoms that have positively influenced your life?
I'm so excited. I'm so excited about this because I looked at this when you told me about Fandom 5. I said, I've got a lot of things that I love. I'm passionate, as you know, Brandon, about a lot of things. But there are a few things that have really kind of changed my world, changed my life, changed my thought process, or even defined who I am as a human being. And I kind of figured out these 5. So I took it really seriously. I hope you get
No, I appreciate that. And I look forward to talking to you about this because you have done something that literally no one else has ever done. And I've done a couple dozen of these so far. You brought up a fandom that I have never heard anything about before. So,
which pretty much no human being. I think I may have been the only one that ever watched it.
You broke me. You broke me, Bobby.
So, go ahead.
So why don't we go over your 5 fandoms real quick? You send them in to me, but
we're going to say them. You're going to actually say them. We're not going to talk about them one at a time.
Throw them all out at me, and then we'll go through each of them individually.
Oh, really? Okay. And then and we go from the bottom up. Is that cool?
However you want to do it.
Okay, first one, 1983 Manimal. Not a whole lot of people have seen that show, but when I was a kid, I freaking thought it was the coolest thing ever. It lasted a big 3 months. So, yeah, that's how long it lasted.
It was a smash hit.
It was a smash hit. Big fan of what we called back in the day Japanimation, and I am a huge, huge fan of Dragon Ball. All Dragon Ball Z, GT, Super, all that stuff. And then, of course, number 3, Big Bang Theory. Big Bang Theory is just everything about it I love and get and connect with. And I'm a geek, yeah, but I'm not that much of a geek, but I loved it. And then, of course, number 2, getting to my top 2 that really defined me, I think, as a kid and as a person. Heavy Metal is my second one. The movie Heavy Metal back in the when did it come out? 78 or something like that. And then, what? Go ahead.
81.
81. Okay, 1981. And then my all-time favorite, changed my world when I found a Conan the Barbarian book when I was a kid. And it's where I started to learn, or it's when I started studying the authors of books that I loved. And the story around Conan the Barbarian, the author, is just very interesting. So hopefully we'll get into that.
All right. Well, so you started from the bottom up.
Yep.
Let's start there as we're going through this as well. So, I mean, you talked about the TV show Manimal, and I will tell you, this is the show that I have no idea anything about. This show, I don't even know if I have the right image for it.
That is it. That is the right image. So that dude, he's a doctor guy, but somehow he can turn into that eagle, or he can turn into a panther. So he can turn into those two things. And when I saw the graphics of him turning, it was like nowadays it would be the worst thing on the planet. But when I saw his face start to morph into the panther, or it showed this really weird thing where his feathers would come out of his face, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is the coolest thing ever. And this show wasn't a parody or anything. This was like a super serious show. He was a doctor and he was fighting good for good, and it was just a very serious show. And I remember I was talking with a buddy, and we were talking about TV shows that we liked or whatever. Do you have a clip?
I've got a clip, but so
you're him changing.
I think
you old.
I don't even know what this is. YouTube decided to go weird on me. So that's.
Oh my gosh! If it shows it, this will be hilarious. Yeah, he's gonna change. He's gonna change into a panther. I can just tell it. Maybe. Oh, there it goes. There he goes. Now, in 83, this was serious stuff, man.
Serious sci-fi, and effects. This is not CGI'd, but it's obviously not real either.
Oh my gosh. I remember the first time I saw that, I'm like, what? This is the coolest thing ever. Look at his face popping out. I don't remember seeing the lions and stuff while it was going on, though.
I'm wondering if he's going to be fighting that lion or something. I don't know. There's not a lot of content out here about Manimal. There's not. There just isn't.
It literally lasted 3 months, and it was so funny. It came out. I thought it was the coolest thing I ever saw, and I remember talking to a friend. We're sitting there, and we're talking about shows we like, and I go, you know what? That I think is the coolest show on TV right now, Manimal. And my buddy said, dude, that show is not gonna last. I'm like, what? It is the coolest show ever. And he goes, no, it's too much. People can't handle it. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's too much. I mean, we watched The Incredible Hulk made it, and it was awesome. Why not this? And I told him he's crazy, he's a lunatic. And then like that next month, no more Manimal. Didn't exist anymore.
But what you're saying is you were not the one to go out to Vegas with at that time. You didn't make good bets.
No. And I realized then, it was kind of funny because I remember thinking, I'm just different. I must be different than everybody, because I thought it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. Obviously it wasn't. The thing in 2014, they were talking about doing a movie with Will Ferrell as the doctor guy.
Okay.
Did you know that?
I did not know that.
You didn't know that. I looked up, and there's some stuff. Will Ferrell was going to do it, and then it didn't happen. Of course, it would have been a parody. The funny thing is, this show was super serious. It was like this gritty, as gritty as you could be with those kind of
on 80s TV.
Yeah, on 80s TV. It was like the Starsky of Hutch of a dude turning into.
So, I mean, you say that it lasted 3 months, but I think that is a little generous. It lasted for 8 episodes, Bobby. Yeah. 8 episodes.
Yeah. I loved it. I thought he was the coolest dude he was this very suave guy and just super cool doctor dude fighting crime basically by turning into this eagle. You didn't get the eagle one when he turns into an eagle.
I didn't see the eagle one.
Oh my gosh, when the feathers come out, I was mesmerized how old was I? I was like 13 or 14. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is my hero, my idol. And then when it canceled and everybody said it was the suckiest thing on the planet, I remember thinking, okay, I'm a different person. I'm different than other people. That's fine.
Now, here's the thing. If this show had come out in 2004 instead of 1983, you would have been able to find the entire fan community built around it. It would have happened. It would have been there, because that's the cool thing about fandoms is they have that. And I've talked to you before about a fandom that I've a big part of my childhood called Robotech, that growing up, I didn't know anybody who knew anything about it until I was in junior high and I had a Robotech book and somebody looked at it and was like, oh, you like Robotech? And I was like, floored. I was like, I didn't know that anybody else knew what Robotech was. So I mean, that's the cool thing about fandoms, and fandoms have definitely evolved over time. So
That's
Manimal,
funny because I have never had that experience. When I say Manimal, most people go, "What the hell is that?" Isn't there a movie with the guy? What's the guy from Saturday Night Live or whatever? Animal.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're talking about now that you said the
comedian dude.
Yeah, Schneider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's he's half. Anyway, it was.
Yeah. I mean, if it tells you anything, this the lead in this Simon McCorkindale he's still acting. Like he's still in TV series and things like that. But they're all weird shows.
Dude, I thought he was the slickest, coolest dude on the planet.
You know, it's telling when IMDb has what he's known for, and it is not Manimal.
No, it wouldn't be. You recognize you've seen him in shows. You recognize his face because he's
Jaws 3D. I mean, generic British guy, right?
Yeah.
All right. So that's Manimal.
Yep.
Let's talk about Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Now, you said Dragon Ball specifically, not Dragon Ball Z, not Dragon Ball GT.
Right.
Just Dragon Ball. So you are a fan of the young Goku.
So I like them all. I do, and I've seen them all. And it became a kind of a ritual with my boys. Both of my boys, we would sit. And I know some people give me crap that, hey, this isn't for, a 6-year-old, but we would sit and watch episode after it. Cause there's like 5 bazillion episodes. Right. But I just loved the kid Goku. He was so pure and just so, he was this loving thing that could beat the living crap out of you. And it was just, he was always this positive, super positive, always had an excitement about life and the world. And I thought it was great for my kids. Yes, and his freaking power pole was dude, he could do such cool, and he rode a cloud. I mean, how much cooler could you get than riding a cloud? And the cool thing is you had to have a pure heart to ride the cloud. You couldn't, just anybody couldn't jump on that thing. You had to have a pure heart. People with, I want your cloud, and they'd jump on it and they'd fall through it. It was just, everything about him, I just thought was so pure and cool and good about the world. And what I also loved is he always just won. He would get in fights and he loved fighting, but he just loved fighting for the pure joy of fighting and doing something. And it was just, I don't know, there was some pureness about it that for whatever reason I super connected with. Then Dragon Ball Z got a little hard-edged and a little more tough and a little more gritty and a little more hardcore, which is, and I like Dragon Ball Z. I've watched again every episode, but something about the original Dragon Ball with his fun cuteness and his happiness, but his still being just a super bad tough guy.
Okay, so I find it really interesting that we went from Manimal that you liked because of how gritty it was, straight to, hey, I like Dragon Ball because there's this kid who can absolutely beat the crap out of anybody, but he's just so cute.
He's just so sweet. He was this sweet guy that just, and then the side note is he could turn into a giant werewolf and kill everybody.
Yeah, a giant monkey, right? Like,
yeah, giant monkey.
Yeah, that's, that was I remember watching this as a kid, and I loved it too, but I just thinking, this is weird. This is just weird.
I could just see the writers. I always thought, who? It's like they just make crap up as they go along. Like, how about we just throw this in?
Isn't that the definition of writing, though?
Yeah, but it seems like just every episode they're like, hey, let's just throw this out there. What if he just then turns into a giant monkey and tries to kill everybody? Doesn't that sound funny?
What could we have him turn into? Oh, I know.
And then we make in Dragon Ball Z, he turns into a Super Saiyan, right? We make such this huge, oh my gosh, he's what, at Super Saiyan 6, I think.
Oh, I don't even know. There are so many. There are so many fusions, and I kind of lost track after Dragon Ball Z. Yeah. Maybe the Buu saga, I think, was probably the last that I had ever seen of it.
The beauty though is he never loses who he is. Goku is always who in every episode, every movie, well, with the exception of the live action movie, which I have actually not seen other than I went on YouTube and saw the why this movie sucks so bad on YouTube. And I actually really enjoyed that. So I've never seen the actual. Have you seen the real? That's not animation.
The Dragon Ball Evolution.
Yeah.
No, we don't talk about that one, Bob.
Okay, I never saw it. So, but anyway, for whatever reason, I just loved the goodness of the show, and it had a lot of action. It was a guy show. My boys loved watching it with me, and we'd fight each other on the trampoline and do Kamehameha waves at each other. And I absolutely loved it. And I was when I was a kid, I loved Speed Racer. I could not miss Speed Racer or G-Force. And that's what it was called back when I was a kid. It's actually called something else. When I tried to
G-Force?
look it up, yeah, G-Force. It's the kid, there's like 4 or 5 kids. It was like before Power Rangers, but it was kids. And the one kid had this like hawk star thing that he would throw. And the other kid had a backwards shooting gun. So if you took his gun and you shot, it would shoot you because his gun shot backwards. No, doesn't ring a bell.
No, the only G-Force that I know are the one with the gerbils or the hamsters or whatever it is.
No. This was a kill. This was a cool.
Oh, are you talking the Guardians of Space?
I think so. Yeah, because it when I was a kid, it was called G-Force, but and maybe I called it G-Force because it was in the song or something. I looked it up, and yet it is called something. That's not it. Definitely.
Not these
wait,
guys.
yeah. Wait, show them what they're. Yeah, that is it. Show them what their stuff on though.
Well, I mean that would take some extra. Here we go.
Oh, dude, yes, that's them. Yes, that's it. That is the show. I freaking loved that show.
You know what? I do remember this show. So you were a big fan of this 80s generation
Japan.
Anime and how it changed. It really did. Now you need to watch Robotech. That's all I can say. Because because the weird thing about the 80s anime stuff is that the stories always changed so much because it was
dubbed.
It was dubbed, and so they changed it, and not just dubbed. It was being brought over for an American audience, and the American
say this.
And the American audience, we here in America are a little stuffy. Let's just say.
That's sad. I love that show.
Yeah. So I remember this one now. I mean, it has been a while, but So this 80s animation, Dragon Ball wasn't too bad, but then as they in changing the story, at least from what I understand. Now, granted, I only know the American stuff, but like G-Force Guardians of Space. It was called G-Force. But
it was.
Yeah, it was called G-Force. But it was based on Science Ninja Team Gatchaman. Which, let's just say, if we called a kids cartoon Science Ninja Team here in America, I don't think people are going to be
G-Force. I could remember that easy.
Yeah. Well, and as a kid, would you have turned into Science Ninja Team?
No, no, probably not. What was the one too with the big ship that they turned in outer space that was a battleship on Earth? What do you remember?
So, are you talking about the battleship Yamato?
Yeah, where it could blow up a whole Earth. The
Yamato.
Anyway,
yeah.
I love
Yamato.
That's why when I started, somehow I was watching Dragon Ball with my kids or something, and just fell in love again with that animation. And I just love the pureness of it. I guess it just feels pure. It's not been messed up with political stuff or anything like that. Just this pure, fun anime.
Yeah. No, Space Battleship Yamato, Robotech, G-Force, they were all changed. What was it? Star Blazers here in America. I think.
That's it. Star Blazers was the one with the big ship.
Yeah. And the ship was the Yamato.
Yeah.
So, it's I mean, that's just how it is here right now. You have so many different ships and shows and things that are changed. So let's see, these guys right here.
Oh my gosh, that brings back some fun memories. Oh my gosh, that was so cool. Loved that show too. And he was a bad A that drove around, or he had a little that he shot around on, and she was cool too. Gosh, that brings back memories.
Nice. All right, well, let's jump into your next fandom.
Let's go.
All right,
let's take a completely different turn.
All right, so your next fandom. Remind me what your next fandom was.
Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory. Now, this show offends me a little bit. I just have to say, Bobby.
Okay. Let's talk about this, because I'm sure. Why does it offend you? Because
it offends me because I think the writers are following me around, and they are taking the storylines from my life, or they were.
Are you? Who are you? You're not Sheldon. I know you. You're definitely not Sheldon.
I don't know which one I am, but I'll just tell you. A couple months after I got a 3D printer, they did a storyline about 3D printing. Shortly after I'd set up my entire house for home automation, and hooked it up to my computer. Now, this is before the digital assistants, mind you. I had set up my computer downstairs so I could walk in. I had an array of microphones set up, and I could walk in and I could say, "Computer, turn on the lights." And it would turn on the lights. And I thought it was so cool. And I was like, man, this is awesome. And everyone's doing it now that the Amazon Echo is a thing. But back then, nobody did it. And my wife made so much fun of me. And then shortly thereafter, they did the thing. And she laughed because the remote control, they used the same exact hardware that I had. I'd done an X10 based, and they had the X10 remote. And it was like, they're mocking me. They are just mocking me.
I enjoyed it. I love my favorite Leonard. Leonard is my favorite. I love Leonard just because
he got the girl.
He got the girl, which I thought was way cool, and he was a voice of reason everywhere. He legitimately, I look at myself as geeky, but I'm also interpersonal and can connect to people. And I look at Leonard like that. He can connect and identify with other people, unlike Sheldon, who has no connection to any other human being but himself. Leonard has this way of connecting, and it's why Penny fell in love with him. The other thing that I love about that show is every show on the planet that had these weird love connections, where they had this weird vibe in the first season, 2 seasons, and then finally they get together. Every show that I ever know of, once they get together, the show sucks. It's like crap after that. It's just, they got together now. Why do we want to? It got better, and it was cool, and they got married, and then
and it's because they brought in some new characters too. Like So they changed it up.
Found Amy Farrah Fowler. I remember seeing that episode when they met, and I'm like, oh, well, she's going to be here for like 2 seconds. There's no way she would have anything to do with this dude. And then they're like talking, and I'm like, really? And then season after episode and season after season, I'm like, oh my gosh. I think the writers are pure genius. They are freaking genius to get these guys to all have girls that actually compliment and make them better human beings. I freaking thought it was genius.
Okay. All right. So you like the fact that the nerds get the girl because you identify with that a little bit. I can appreciate that.
I do. And it just, you would think Penny's the girl that wants the bad boy and all this stuff, but she sees the pureness of Leonard and just the love. I don't know. For whatever reason, it's like the underdog wins, and it's everything about that show I love just because of the cleverness of it. I think the writers really did a good job being clever, and the one-liners and the little titches. I mean, Sheldon is just hilarious if you just think about what he's saying for 2 seconds.
All right. So I usually try to find some kind of theme that weaves through these fandoms. And you would think that there's not, but I'm starting to see a theme showing up here. We've got Manimal, that you liked it because it was just so ahead of its time and creative. And when we were talking about Dragon Ball, you were like, what were those writers doing? Like, how did they come up with that? That's just crazy. And so now with Big Bang Theory, you have talked about how the writers just did so well. I'm starting to see that you like it when somebody can do something that is pushing the envelope a little bit, should we say. And, it doesn't matter if it's pushing the envelope in grittiness like they did in Manimal, or in just
get grittier here in a minute,
wackiness, or with Big Bang Theory, just the nerds getting the girl, right? So let's get a little...
I did not think about this, but you're right on. This is cool. And the next one's really going to push that envelope.
All right, let's push the envelope. Let's push the envelope. Heavy Metal the movie.
Metal the movie. When did it come out? 1970, 1980?
1981.
81. I'm stuck right there in that era. Well, when I don't remember how old I was, a little bit older. And the movie is rated R. If anybody that's seen it, it's pretty, it's pretty, let's say edgy. Let's say it's got, nudity in it. First time I ever saw nudity in a cartoon, and I was like, holy crap, what's going on? But I got to tell the premise of the first time I saw this movie.
Okay.
I was staying over at my sister's husband's brother's house, and they had all went to sleep, and they had cable. Yeah. And they had cable, and it was late night, and I've always been a late nighter. So I'm sitting there all by myself. I got the cable on, and this cartoon comes on, and it starts, with this Corvette, old Corvette Stingray coming out of the back of a spaceship with an astronaut in the driver's seat. And I'm like, what the? Whoa. And then he goes down and he pulls out this little green ball, and he melts away, and the ball starts talking to this little girl about his evilness, and it's the Loc-Nar. If you're familiar with heavy metal, it's the Loc-Nar. And I'm mesmerized, going, what on earth am I watching? And if you know anything about that show, it has several different shows, and it's made up from the comic book Heavy Metal. And it took a bunch of shows out of the but all of the writers and different, they're done so differently. Some of them are completely, the storyline is just so bizarre and so out there. And Den from Earth, this geeky kid, finds the Loc-Nar, and it sends him into this other world where he's this big mammoth, huge dude that's bald now, that's a bad A, but he was this geeky kid on Earth. It was just, I'm just in love with the whole shebang, and I don't know. I was just blown away, and I went, oh my gosh, this is the coolest thing I have ever seen in my life.
Okay. All right. So did you know at the time that it was based off of a comic book?
No, I did not. That's Den of Earth.
Yeah. Big buff bald guy.
Yeah. You just see a picture of it before. He's this little geeky kid. In his bedroom, and he found this meteorite is what he thought it was, and it's the Loc-Nar. If you know, the Loc-Nar is this powerful orb that just causes some crazy havoc. There's when I first fell in love with zombie movies too. That was the first, because one of the episodes, they've got all these guys in a World War II airplane, and they all get killed in the airplane except the pilot, and the Loc-Nar comes and animates them into zombies, and the guy jumps out of the airplane with his parachute on, and he lands down into this graveyard. Oh, dude,
there's something about World War II era that always tends to bring people back with zombies.
Yes.
And I don't know, maybe it's the Nazi side of it. These weren't Nazis that they brought back as zombies, were they?
No.
Okay.
So everything in that show is so not right that it's so good. I literally just felt at one with that show, and I don't know why. It was so brutal, so gritty. I mean, it was so violent, and then it had sex in it. It had everything that a 17-year-old would ever want in a cartoon.
A universe of mystery, a universe of magic, a universe of sexual fantasies, a universe of awesome good, a universe of terrifying evil. I mean, that's on the poster.
That's the poster right there. That says it all, doesn't it?
I mean, if you didn't know what you were getting into before then, I mean,
you do.
You do now.
Yeah. In college, I did a music video in college, and I took excerpts of Heavy Metal out of the music video in my college project. And I did the girl. She's a warrior. She's the last warrior race, and she's putting on her armor, and she's naked, and it's like the most sexual thing. Instead of taking clothes off, she's putting clothes on, and it's like
let's be honest. The Heavy Metal armor is not that much clothes.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? Then you've seen her.
Well, I mean, it's just standard for your fantasy genre trope of women with armor that is not actually protective of anything.
I actually put that in my video and showed it to the class, and the teacher actually loved it. He thought this is different. I will say, Bobby, I haven't ever had anybody do that before.
Oh no, I mean, okay, so that's the theme. So it's something that's going to make you take a double take, is what Bobby is all over. Is like, wait a minute, what's that?
It's just not the norm. It's to think a little differently.
So I don't think anybody who knows you would be shocked to understand that the things that you love are the things that are not normal, not the norm. I think that's the best way to say it right there. It's the things that are not the norm.
I took, there's 1,000 personality tests out there, and there's this one that has squares and rectangles and triangles, and then it has a squiggly line. And the squiggly line, of course, was me. And the beautiful thing about it being a squiggly line is that you find it a compliment to be told you're weird. It's a compliment to be said, you're a kind of strange person. Oh, thank you. That's so cool for me to think that you think I'm weird. So anyway, thank you for that compliment, Brandon.
Very nice. Very nice. All right. We have just a few minutes left, but I want to talk about your number one fandom.
Number one, this thing changed my life when I was a kid. It literally did. And it's Conan the Barbarian. If you, I've got to give some background for those of you that don't know, and you think that Conan the Barbarian, came out with Arnold Schwarzenegger. A guy named Robert E. Howard wrote it in the 30s. In 1930 was the first time he published a story about Conan. And he killed himself in 1936. There was 22 stories written, 17 stories about Conan the Barbarian that were actually published. And when I was a kid, of course, that I didn't know anything about then, but there was a guy named DeCamp is what I always call him, but his L. Sprague DeCamp. He took all of Robert E. Howard's stories and he wrote this series of books, 12 books of Conan the Barbarian. I've read every one of them. That's really almost the only canon of Conan that I even care to connect. There's lots of Conan books that have been written since then. These were done in the 60s. It's the purest of Conan. It's who Conan really was. I loved Arnold Schwarzenegger when that came out, man. I just thought, oh my gosh, this is so cool. I love Conan so much. He was a little dumber than the real Conan. Conan the Barbarian in the book is very intelligent.
Yeah, well, he's a strategist. He has to do things. He's not just the muscle bound jock. I mean, okay, so here's an image right here of L. Sprague DeCamp. And I mean, just look at the guy. You know that he's not writing just not compiling some muscle bound blockhead stories. This guy is doing it because he liked the intellectual side of it. I know he was.
Do you have a Robert E. Howard picture too?
I'm looking for one.
He's on there. If you look up Robert E. Howard, he'll come up in Wikipedia. But everything, when I started reading it, so I had a hard time in school. I couldn't read very well. I had dyslexia and stuff like that. And my mom would read me books. But when I found something with so much grit and fun and engagement and violence, that's right before he killed himself.
Looks like he could be a mobster.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Grew up in Texas, in the middle of Texas. Never really went very far, just in Texas. They say they are coining him as the beginning of the genre of swords and sorcery. That he was the one who kind of coined that genre. Is a lot of people give that to him because he's the one that kind of made it really popular. And not until after his death did it become that. And the interesting thing, he killed himself at 30 years old. He lived with his mom his whole life, and she had tuberculosis. And when he found out that she wasn't going to wake up, when she went into a coma, he went outside and shot himself.
Wow.
And they had the same funeral with both of them. it was so this was when I did all this research on him. This was before the internet and all that stuff, and I just felt, wow, what a tragic somebody that had this unbelievable imagination and this creativity. And it's one of those things, some of these great, amazing people had these problems. And
well, and it sounds, and you were, sorry, I interrupted when I switched into the picture, but you had talked about how you had dyslexia and and it was something that connected to you because it was interesting to you. I mean, there's got to be a little bit of a connection there, saying like, hey, I'm not normal. We talked about this already.
Yeah. Well, and Conan, I fell in love with him because I'm like, here's this person that everybody thinks is a stupid barbarian, and he's legitimately the smartest person in his, like you said, strategy and understanding. And he hated magic. Conan the Barbarian hated magic. It was like he loathed it. Anybody that did magic, he needed to kill right then. He just hated it. And it was it was interesting because magic is kind of cool. I mean, people think it's kind of cool, but for him, he was a pure warrior that thought that was a wuss way out to use magic. Awesome. Oh, and he had this creed, or he had these rules of living that were this, you were good to women, you were nice to ladies. I mean, people don't think, but that was all of his stuff. You're actually good to anybody. He had this pure way of living. Anyway, I loved everything about it. It literally changed my whole world and life when I read the Conan books.
Awesome. Well, I think that's the best place to wrap that up right there, is just something that changed your life, a fandom that has positively influenced your life. So, Bobby, you threw some weird ones out at me this time, but like Josh Einfalt said in the comments, I feel like Bobby's Patronus would be Bobby's Patronus that would cause somebody to say, "What the?" Like you're the kind of guy who just make people do that double take. It's not the norm.
I love it. Thank you, because that's a compliment. I love it. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, that wraps up this episode of Fandom 5. And with this, I think we're going to have Chrisella jump back onto the stream, and we'll go on with the live show.
Maybe.
We'll see if she's there. I might have surprised her by doing it that way.
There she is.
You did surprise me, but I am here. We are actually going to take a break for just a couple of minutes here. So I'm going to we're going to jump out of the video for just a minute. And I'm going to put up a screen saying, we'll be right back, and we'll be back at 5:00.
After these messages, we'll be
back. Do we have any questions? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Do we have any questions from people? Oh, my gosh. I didn't think to ask that.
If there are.
Anyone want to grill Bobby on his not normal fandoms?
And if you're a fan, that's cool. I love it. I love to hear it. Cool. Okay. I think we covered it pretty good. We went pretty deep, wouldn't you say, Brandon?
I would say so. Now we could probably spend multiple episodes talking to you about each of those, but
absolutely.
We'll have to do that in the future.
I could talk about Conan all day long. I literally could.
Awesome.
Awesome. Right. Thanks, guys.
All right.
And
all right. I am setting up this.
And we're back.
Woohoo. Hello, everyone. It's great to see you. And welcome, Dave Jackson, to the live show.
Dave Jackson in the house.
In the virtual house.
The virtual house.
In the virtual house.
Yeah.
In the virtual house.
Glad to be here. So,
We're so excited to have you here.
well, it's I was actually looking at pictures from last year. I have, when you know how Facebook always goes, "Hey, this is what you're doing last year," and it's a picture of me out with my fun-filled sun hat on and the whole 9 yards. And,
That's right, because Illiquity took you around southern Utah a little bit. Is that right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
She tried to kill you by sun.
yes, basically,
And cliffs, too.
And
Some
cliffs.
involved, too, right?
yeah. The what's the one big arch? There's the one thing
Delicate
that
Arch.
Delicate arch, yeah.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden, the path went from about 7 feet wide to about 1.5 feet, and it was just on the left was just like, oh look, certain death. So
Oh, gosh.
it was fun. But I'm glad to be here.
Oh, well, we're so glad to have you here. So tonight, I think we wanted to talk with you a little bit about kind of, what is going on with podcasting in this year of madness that is 2020 and, kind of what things we should be hopeful about right now. Because I'm sure you see a lot with especially new podcasters, but, podcasting across the entire spectrum. And so I think one thing, we'd like to hear from you a little bit tonight is just, what is there to be hopeful about out there right now?
I think the biggest thing that I'm hopeful that just wasn't happening years ago is things like the Rodecaster Pro. It's a piece of gear, but 10 years ago, nobody would have made that because there weren't enough podcasters to really, that would have bought it. And so, it's not cheap. It's like $500-$600 and things like that. But then the thing I also love about it is they created this piece of gear and they've been updating it based on user feedback. And again, that just proves that we actually have a voice out here to get a company to listen to us. Because when it first came out, we're like, hey, that's pretty cool, but we wish it did this, that, and that. And then they changed it. So that's always kind of fun to hear. Yeah, Brandon, go ahead.
The 2.1 update on that, right to what you're saying, that unlocks so many things. It's like they decided, okay, we wanted to try to make this the easy podcast tool, but apparently it is the everything podcast tool now.
Yeah, very much so. And just the fact that I have yet to look at them yet, but I know Edison just came out with stats on Canada, and without even looking at it, I know it's going to say more people listen this year than last year. So every year there's just more and more people starting podcasts. And then because there's more podcasts, there are more people that are coming out with stories that, hey, you're not going to believe this, but I did this thing. And because of my podcast, blah, blah, blah. So it just keeps moving. We all kind of wish it would move a little faster. Like right now, especially, there are an insane number of hundreds of thousands of people a month are starting a podcast. And I think it's because we're all bored at home. And it was like, if I go in here, I can say, no, you kids, you can't come in here. Daddy's got to be quiet or something. But it's what I hope to see hopefully soon or as we all start podcasting, we're getting a little unbalanced we have a ton of new podcasters. I want to see the listener now come up. It'd be great to see we had, 1 million new listeners this month, but it just keeps growing and growing. And I'll be interested to see in about 6 months how many people that actually started a podcast, at this time are still doing it. Hopefully a ton. And obviously some people are going to go, not really what I thought it was, or maybe it's a little more work than they thought. But
Right.
I'm hopeful about it. And especially now at this time, as we record, there's all sorts of people saying, hey, our voices are not being heard. And we're going to go out in the streets and get them. I don't want to turn all political, but that to me is like, that's the ultimate podcast. It's like, hey, I've heard that so many times where somebody will say, well, I started listening to podcasts in whatever year, and I was listening to this podcast, I was listening to that podcast, and sometimes I tuned into this one, but none of them were really saying what I wanted to talk about. And I've heard so many podcasts that have started that way because it's like, not that those are bad, but they weren't talking about it from my point of view. And so I think we're going to see more of that come on board as the more people start to listen, they're going to find good podcasts, but they haven't really found that one that they were looking for. And those are the people that go, well, maybe I'll just start one.
Well, and I think that's right there. The secret to what you were saying, though, with the growth of listeners, is a growth of the kinds of people who are making the podcasts. Forever, I've always heard about hockey stick growth. This is the year for hockey stick growth in the podcast downloads and listening. And I'm looking at my podcast reviews right now, and it almost looks like there is hockey stick growth, but it's not in the listeners, it's in the number of podcasts being created. I sent Chrisella a request to share my screen, but I mean, this right here, yesterday, added in the previous day.
Wow.
4,830 podcasts. So, I mean, there are just serious numbers. So, I mean, okay, right here, monthly additions and removals. There's your hockey stick right there. So we just need to get some people to make the shows that they want to listen to, so to find more people who are like them.
What I find interesting, and I keep hearing this, you guys tell me if it's wrong, that there is a lot of people that are starting podcasts, but that don't listen to podcasts. I've heard that over and over. It's like they're starting, and I think this trend may create, because I didn't listen to podcasts before I started a podcast, and then I got into it because I was like, oh, well, I'm doing a podcast, I should probably start listening to some. And of course, Brandon knows like every podcast on I swear, you know, all 900,000 you've listened
over a million now,
one time or another. And so I think as this grows, we may get some podcast listeners just from the people that are dabbling playing.
Yeah, probably, because it's a lot easier to once you know how to sign up for a podcast. Although, Dave, what do you think? Do we need? I used to, back in the day on my website, I had a thing that said, "What is a podcast?" for people to know what a podcast was and explain to them how to sign up for it. Do we still need that on our website?
I think so. It's not as much as we used to. I mean, when I first started out, nobody knew what a podcast was. But even though I see it on a regular basis now on different TV shows, they'll just say, "Oh, well, blah, blah, blah podcast." And I'm like, wow, that didn't happen, a short period of time ago. But whatever Edison research you're looking at, it's even if it's 70%, that still means 30% of the US has not listened to a podcast yet. So, for a while at least, we gotta have that up there. And also, my biggest worry is because more and more people are becoming just familiar with podcasting and blah, blah, blah podcast, that person who hasn't listened yet is going to start to worry, like, well, if I say, what's a podcast, I'm going to look really stupid. I remember I had a thing. I went over to my brother's house and I walked in, and my one cousin's like, "Oh, here comes Mr. Podcast." And so finally my one cousin said, "Okay, I'm going to ask." And I'm like, "What?" And she goes, "I'm going to say it." And I'm like, "Go ahead. What's going on?" She's like, "I have no idea what a podcast is." I go, "Do you have an iPhone?" And she goes, "Yeah." And I go, "Well, come here, I'll show you how to do that." And at that point, 3 other cousins said, hold on, I got to see this. So,
I mean, I know what a podcast is, but I mean, answer it for the other people.
Yeah. So I went to okay, what are your hobbies? Oh, I like to golf. All right, type in golf podcast. Okay. And then next, what do you, I don't know. I like old cars. Okay. Old car podcast. And it was just fun. It's like once the one person finally said, "Okay, I'm going to admit it, I have no idea what that is." The other like, hold on, I got to see this too. So I think we got to make an environment so that if somebody goes, "Okay, I'm going to admit it, I have no idea what a podcast is," we don't go, "What? How dare you?" We got to make it nice and easy. Sir. Yeah, exactly. That is the door. Yeah. So
I shun thee.
Yes. Shame. So yeah, we got to make it nice and easy and just say, "Hey, what's your favorite TV show, or what's your hobby, or whatever." So
it is a lot easier now than it used to be. I can tell somebody, just get in podcast listening, anything, do anything on your phone, and you can grab something. And now I love that when somebody says they have a podcast or says something about something, I'll just go on there and pop it in and it comes right up. It is so easy now to listen to stuff, and so easy to get on things. Post yourself, and once you get up there, it kind of you're a part of the machine, and you can be listening. I mean, it really is easy. It is not hard. Literally, it could take 5 minutes to show somebody how to start listening.
It's a piece of cake.
Right.
That's boots on the ground kind of a way to get people into the space. What other things can we as podcasters be doing to get people listening? I mean, I ask this selfishly so I can get people to listening to my show, but
I don't think I have one with me. I just got business cards made, and on the back of them I have a QR code. And so if I find somebody and they go, "What's a podcast?" I'm like, "You have a phone? Yeah, here, take a picture of this." And it should take them. It takes them right to a page on my website where they can subscribe in Google or Apple or Spotify. And so my plan is to. I'm starting a local podcast. I live in Akron, Ohio, and they have kind of these weird events downtown because obviously we've all got to be social distancing. So it's like, here's my business card. I'll put this here. Come over and look at it, kind of thing. But that's just one. To me, it's always, I think they're a nickel a piece. They're really cheap. If you know, I try to avoid like buying the box of 5,000 because I still have podcasts that have long been gone that I every now and then I'm like, what's this? Oh, it's a 1,000 business cards to a show I don't do anymore. So I know they're cheaper when you buy more, but you end up with them and you're like, oh, I might bring it back.
I did that 6 years ago for my show, and I fought rebranding anything until just now because I've just recently run out of cards, and I've had up to three other co-hosts to help
to
spread the
change
cards.
on it. Oh gosh.
So no, I think I was smart. I would not. I didn't put our names on it. I just put the show's name and the website. But it was like, man, I've got a box 3 feet long of business cards. So
I bought 1,000 business cards and I didn't put my phone number on any of them. So
I do that. Most of my cards are about getting people to my website, letting them know what the podcast is about. It wasn't really, I used to have 2 sets. One was for a listener and one was somebody that, you know, I wanted to contact with. And I'm like, here's my email and my phone number and that kind of stuff. So I had different business cards for different purposes.
I did one where I just put like me on one side, just Bobby. And then I had like 4 logos on the other side of crap I was doing. So I could always use it for something. It worked for a while.
Yeah, well, you know, so Tamara Klein Anderson on Facebook, she says something, and I'm curious what you think about it, Dave. She said, if I find if I use repurpose.io to put a video of my podcast on Facebook, she put a quote on it, right? Because it's what Daniel J. Lewis would call a fake video. Then anyone on Facebook can listen to it while they scroll through Facebook. What do you think about doing that, the headliner type thing?
It's, if you got the time to do it, why not? What I would also, if it becomes a burden, you can go into Facebook and see how long people have actually watched. And that's where you'll get a huge surprise. Because I had Paul Culligan was on my show, and he had data from Michael Stelzner, who's the guy behind Social Media Marketing World. And the two of them had put together kind of their own, they took both of their stats, combined them. And on Facebook, you were lucky, like really lucky, to get like more than 15 seconds. Because people would, as you scrolled by, it would start. It might be different now because now you have the little pop-up window that kind of goes in Facebook, but this was about a year ago. But at that time, you know, it would start as you scrolled by, and then you would, I don't know about you, but when I'm on Facebook, I'm looking to see what's going on and maybe start a conversation. But a lot of times I'm just seeing what's going on, if there's anything interesting going. And I think that's the case with a lot of people. So that video would start, and then either A, they went, oh, there's a new episode of Brandon's show. I'm going to go listen to it in my app of choice, not on Facebook, you know? So it's, I think it's good for, if you've got, again, the time to alert your current audience that, hey, there's a new episode out, and maybe get some new people. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I've been doing Facebook videos for the past little while, and I find, you know, what you say is that you get very few people who are actually watching the Facebook videos. I even did a paid promotion on it once just to like try it and see. But yeah, very few people actually watch the Facebook videos. What I started doing is I started doing the videos to YouTube as well. And YouTube got a lot more videos. And I'm not sure if that was because of YouTube's search engine algorithms or just the way that Facebook is with video. But I think if you're looking at posting like a video of your podcast, then YouTube is another really great option to consider.
Yeah, I think it goes to, when I go to YouTube, I'm going there to watch videos.
Mm-hmm.
And on Facebook, I'm there to see, what's going on with my nieces and nephews and my friends and family. But I'm kind of doing a quick run through to see, and if something jumps out, oh my gosh, so-and-so's, I don't know, mom died or something. I want to see what happened. But most of the time, I'm just kind of scanning. And if it's there, it's there. But I don't do any major, same thing on Twitter. You can... with some different media hosts, you can have an actual player show up on your Twitter feed, which is great, but I'm not going to sit on Twitter for 45 minutes while I listen to a podcast. But I think it's good to, again, alert either your hopeful audience or your current audience that, hey, there's a new episode out. But yeah, YouTube, going back to the whole Michael Stelzner, Paul Culligan thing, they found the same thing on YouTube. The listens and the watch time was much, much higher. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you feel good because it's a number, right? Oh, 3 seconds counts as a view. I had 5,000 people view my video. Sweet.
Right.
Yeah.
Get me some advertisers.
Yeah. If I had time in my head, I would love to do like a 2-minute actual video promo. Like, hey, today, and have it something of value, like some little 2-minute tip. For more information, go check out the full episode at blah, blah, blah. And it's always like, that's a good idea. I got to do that. And then there's this thing
another podcast.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'm like, well, okay, I'll do it next week. Okay, I'll do it next week. And then it just,
Since we're talking about social media, I can we bend your ear? And I know this question is a loaded question. What is the magic with social media? I mean, is there a platform? And I know it has to do with your listener base and stuff, but Dave, what do you think overall should be kind of your social media? I mean, if you do it halfway, then it's not even worth doing. Go all the way. What do you think, Dave?
Well, I will be the first to admit I'm horrible at social media.
Perfect. There you go.
Yeah, that's I'm primarily on Twitter and Facebook. I need to do a little more research. I've heard enough rumblings about TikTok and things that I kind of want to like, all right, I'm going to look into that a little bit before that. I have an Instagram account. And I go, that's another one. I scan a lot, but I don't actually post a lot there. But I've been interviewing a bunch of people lately who have ginormous communities. And I kind of asked them this question, I'm like, what do you guys do? And they almost all do the same thing. It's not just, first of all, nobody cares that episode 16 is out. Like, that is not an enticing headline. If it's like, how Bobby made $1 million in 36 days. Okay, I'm going to click on that and things like that. But, hey, new episode is out does not really make me want to click. But a lot of them are using it to either they'll promote the same episode multiple times with maybe a different point of view. Like, hey, Bobby made $1 million in 36 days. And then the next one might be, guess what Bobby did in 36 days? And it's the same point, but just a different kind of angle at it. So because obviously the life of a tweet is, super duper short. So things like that. But the other thing is they're actually having conversations. And this is where I scratch my head on a platform like Twitter. They're having conversations like, what would be, they'll just ask a question. What's your biggest struggle with such and such? Or have you ever done this? My guest has. And then they actually start having a conversation. And then that conversation leads to, it's kind of almost like online dating. If you've ever done that, you kind of start off on whatever it is, match.com. And eventually, if you like each other, you move to email, and email eventually moves to maybe text or phone. And then phone leads to a date. And it's kind of the same thing. You might start a thing on Facebook or Twitter that eventually leads to email, that leads to a Zoom meeting, that eventually leads to somebody being on your show or something like that. So, but I think most people that have success, it seems like it's a running theme that they're using it more for two-way communication versus just blasting their audience that, hey, the new episode's out.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I just recently posted a episode just earlier today about underrated movies, and instead of saying, hey, here's my new episode about underrated movies, my thing was, okay, you've been challenged, what are your What do you consider the most underrated movies? Oh, and by the way, here's a link to my show about underrated movies. And so I think that's probably a big thing. Like, I mean, people are selfish when you get down to it, myself included. What's in it for me? Why should I listen to you? I want to tell you what I think. I don't want you just to tell me. So,
well, what's great about that is if you get answers after the episode has come out, you can kind of do a backwards promotion and you say, hey, today on the show, we're going to talk about, your favorite superhero or whatever. But, if you missed last week's episode, we were talking about the most underrated movies. If you missed that, it's at the website such and such. And somebody on Twitter added this, and I wanted to bring it in. So you're kind of saying, here's the great value you missed from last week. Bring in those people. Hopefully they get to now hear their name on your show and then go. And today we're talking about such and such. So that's something we're talking about things that you kind of go, ooh, I need to do that this week. And then every week you go, oh, I would love to, if I was organized enough, I would love to be able to promote what is in next week's episode. Hey, next week we're talking with so-and-so, wait till you hear it. Bobby made $1 million in 36 days. And then at the beginning of the episode going, hey, if you missed last week's episode, we talked about so-and-so, here it is. Today we're going to talk about Bobby. He made $1 million in 36 days. And then at the end of that episode, it just, that requires organization and thought. And
I think if you say it one more time, it'll come true.
That's right.
So go ahead.
Start the clock 36 days from now. Bobby's going to buy a lottery ticket.
How did he win $1 million? Well, he bought a lottery ticket.
That's it.
Because Dave,
you don't say that up front.
No.
I've been thinking a lot about bringing new people into the space, and part of me wonders if we don't need to do things that we don't think is important. Because, Dave, you and I, we listen to way more podcasts than we probably should. We're power listeners of podcasts, all of us here, and we have no problem doing it. And we probably don't use the default apps on our phones.
Right.
We're not the people who need to be told what a podcast is. And part of me wonders, my gut's like, do not go to TikTok. The network security side of me is like, do not go to TikTok. But the marketing side of me is like, but those people, I think those people primarily don't listen to podcasts. So if I tell them what a podcast is,
right.
So do you think that podcasters should go against their intuition on certain marketing ways to try to grow the space?
I think everything's worth a shot. It's because you never know. I just watched there's a thing on YouTube. Dave Chappelle did a quick 17-minute set where he just kind of was just spewing his opinion. And he said, hey, y'all, I don't know if you know this, but this is the first actual kind of public meeting. It was filmed on June 6th. And he goes, and we're kind of doing it. Everybody's got their masks on. They're all sitting. Everything's been measured out. And he goes, and we don't know if this is going to work or not, but there's only one way to find out. And that was to do the show. So thanks for coming. So, and sometimes you kind of go, I don't know, would this work if I did this or that? I'm like, I guess there's, recipes look good on the page, but there's really only one way to know if it's going to work or not. And so I think in general, a lot of podcasters are introverts. So just any kind of putting yourself out there is in itself something that takes a little effort. And I know I once went to a mall. I was when the whole thing, how many people are listening to podcasts, I was like, I'm just going to go to a mall and go up to random people and I'll have my microphone on and I'll ask them and I'll, record everything. I could not get the courage to go up to strangers and say, I finally asked 2 people. But I was there for an hour and a half and I was just like, okay, I got to ask somebody. I'm not leaving here.
Right.
Because underneath all this, I'm still a little bit of I'm a lot of bit of an introvert. So I think just that, but, and I think that's one of the greatest things about the whole podcasting space is we all typically share, I know I did Overcast ads once and it turned out I was paying $2 a subscriber. And you're like, oh, that's not bad. And yeah, except, that adds up after a while. And I know Spotify has ads and I know everybody I know that, what's the thing in Facebook? Not Facebook ads, but you push a post or something like that.
Oh, boosting it?
Boosting. Everybody I know that boosted a post said you might as well just light your money on fire.
Yeah.
So I love the fact that we all kind of share, hey, this is working for me or this isn't working or things like that. So because you never know. You might find we're all looking for that. For me, I'm always thinking I'm going to open a door one day. And for me, it's about 4 feet tall. It's a giant golden light switch. And you'll come in, and as you flip it up, you'll hear like, oh, and and then 10,000 downloads will come from the heaven. I'm still looking for that. Haven't found it yet. But in the meantime, I'm still trying everything there is.
You'll find it in 36 days.
That's it. When I buy a lottery ticket.
$5 million.
But
I gotta ask this.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like this is a elephant in the room. We talked about how many people are doing podcasts now, and are we gonna have a problem with so many? I'm just gonna say it, sucky podcasts that we're going to not have listeners because of that, because so many crappy ones like podcasting is so full of junk that why would I listen to podcasts? How do you feel? I'm just throwing it out there.
Let's go get a soapbox first. Just a moment.
Well, for me, people think I hate Anchor because they're a competitor of Libsyn. And I mean, I've always said free media hosts usually don't stay in business, and granted they're owned by Spotify, so they're not going out of business anytime. But I've heard the shows that I hear that I feel are like pretty much unarguable bad, where like somebody's like, hey everybody, welcome to the show. And they've got the TV on in the background and there's just 10 seconds of nothing, and you can talk to your dog and put it as a pod on the internet. And I don't know why the guy has a southern accent, but he does. And I'm just like, this is horrible. And just because I think a lot of people think a conversation is a podcast, and I'm like, a pod. Joe Rogan has really interesting people who talk about really interesting things that you can't get anyplace else. But if I could call up my best friend. He lives in Oklahoma now, and we could have a conversation and laugh our butt off, and nobody would get. And like we'd be going, Jimmy Haben, remember Jimmy Haben? Oh my God, Jimmy Haben! People in the audience, meanwhile, is going, "What's a Jimmy Haben?" So it's one of those things where a conversation does not equal. May be great, may be funny to you, but to have an audience, and really, if that's what you want to do, you want to call up your best friend and have a conversation and have fun, do it. Because the minute you're having fun, your podcast is a success. But when you then turn around and say, yeah, how can I make money with this? That's where I go, But I'm with Bobby. I worry that, that person goes, well, how do I find a podcast? And I'm like, oh, just type in, golf podcast. And they find one that's just like, eugh. And I'm like, oh, sorry, try another one. And they go, eugh. That's I sometimes worry about that podcast litter. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I am starting to notice in the podcast apps out there that they are ranking them. Oh, it looks like my computer might hang up. Tell me if I drop out. But
You're still here.
Oh, good. The podcast apps are starting to rank popular podcasts. And as an independent podcast, I kind of have a hard time with that because, like, yeah, I don't have 9 billion listeners, but I still I put out quality. But at the same time, the people who are talking to their dogs about the inside jokes that they have, they're not going to be at the top of that list either. So it's going to be the people with the teams behind them that get to the top of the list. I don't know if that's good or bad for podcasters, but I think it might help keep people from finding that podcast litter, right?
That's the plan. I know most of the podcasts I listen to, if they're new, it's because somebody told me. Like the last one I just listened to, my buddy Evo Terra said, hey, you got to go listen to this podcast called Seeing White. It's all about, and I listened to it and I was like, holy cow, is this just content I never heard anyplace else? And that was word of mouth. And most of the podcasts I listen to, it's because somebody said, hey, have you heard this one? Oh, it's really good. I mean, half the stuff I watch on Netflix. I was at my brother's house last weekend and we're all like, well, what are you binging these days? And, it's all word of mouth. And that's, I think, where a lot of it comes from. I don't know. Priscilla, where do you find your new podcasts?
Oh yeah. Word of mouth is a big thing. And so when I'm working with new podcasters, I'm always encouraging them to start conversations with their podcast listeners, because if you just take an episode and blast it out there, that doesn't really do much. People are going to scroll by. They've got a million other things to listen to. They're not going to stop and listen to yours just because you put it out there. You need to actually first provide like some value for it. And second, you need to have a conversation with people. You need to be there and responding and actually build up that community. And once you build up that community and you build up that core grouut of loyal people around you, then you're going to have these people who are going to go out and advocate for you. And that's where the word of mouth really kicks in there, is because so you can do all this stuff with marketing, but you can run ads, you can spend all the money, but nothing ever is going to compare to building up that loyal community around you and building up those brand advocates.
Yeah, I forget the book. It was something like Make Noise by a guy that used to work for NPR. And he said he had a client and he just told him, well, like once a month, just ask your audience to tell a friend. And the guy's like, well, okay, sure. So he did that because everything he was really he was doing like hard sells, like, hire me to do this, buy my products. He says, how about like once a month, you just say, tell a friend. And so they did. And all of a sudden he was like, hey, there seems to be something wrong. They're like, why? My numbers are going up. He's like, no. He goes, if people are listening to you, they like you. And if you say, hey, can you go tell a friend? They probably will. So, as much as I hear people love to talk about ratings and reviews, I'm like, I tell people, no, go tell a friend. I'm okay with reviews. My ego's fine. Just go tell a friend. When the numbers go up, that'll boost my ego even more. So
right. It doesn't really matter if you have big numbers if the numbers that you have are not engaged. So you can it's like those Instagram followers who have over 1 million Instagram influencers who have over 1 million followers, but then they try to go sell a t-shirt and they sell 6 t-shirts or something like that. So you can tell they're like, they don't have a loyal following. They don't have engagement. They're going to like somebody who has like a really loyal audience is going to sell a lot more than somebody who just has who's just trying to rack up numbers.
If you want unengaged listeners, I suggest you put podcaster in your bio in LinkedIn, and you will get a message every other day from somebody who will get you thousands of listeners.
Is that why I'm getting those? Oh,
could be.
They will get you to the top of the charts. Yes. Yeah. Some of the I had a client once that did a show for her son was pretty high on the spectrum. What is that one?
Autism spectrum.
Autism. Thank you. Tell him what he's won. And so he was high on the autism spectrum, but she loved Disney. So she started a podcast called Special Mouse, and it was all about how to take people with special needs to Disney. And so she never had a huge audience, but the people that found that were like, oh my gosh, I thought I was the only person going through this. And what was interesting is she actually got a sponsor, and she was, and I mean, nowhere near where, most sponsors will kick in. And she got a sponsor. Why? Because she found somebody in Florida who specialized in what? Yeah, you guessed it, transporting people with special needs. So she had this person's target audience. So if you're looking to monetize, you don't always need to have the 5, 10,000, 20,000 downloads per episode. So,
well, and I think there are some easy ways to do this. Now, granted, this was in earlier, simpler days of podcasting, but when I was brand new, I followed advice that I heard from Dave on your website. Make sure there's a contact button or a form or something so that people can get in touch with you. And I had a nationally known comedian go through my contact page and say, hey, we want to sponsor your show. It ended up being like a $1,000 CPM, something crazy, because nice. I had a tiny audience. And, at that point, it didn't make sense for me to do it for less than that. And they said, you know what, we're going to Utah where you're at, and you probably have a lot of Utah listeners, and we want your listeners to come to our show. And so, I got about 10 people there out of my tiny audience. So yeah, it was exactly what he wanted.
When the president was on Mark Maron's podcast, they contacted him via his contact page, and they're like, oh, this can't be real. The thing that always gets me is at my last episode every year, I do a thing where I ask my audience, what if you could only listen to one podcast, what is it and why? And I do that for 2 reasons. Number one, I get to understand what my audience is listening to. I get to find out about some pretty cool podcasts, but I'm really interested in the why. And then what I do is, if somebody says, hey, hey, this is Jim Smith, and I listen to the, my favorite dog podcast or whatever. I'm going to find the My Favorite Dog podcast and go, hey, just so you know, Jim says you're his absolute favorite show. And I'm amazed at how many websites I cannot find a way anywhere to contact the person. Some people have to like reach out on Twitter or things like that, but there's no, or they'll put it like their contact button is like, let's do a hang or buy me a coffee. Or I'm like, no, contact would be, that's pretty obvious what it is. And I'm always amazed every year. I'm like, wow, there are just some people that apparently don't want contact. And I'm like, okay, I don't know the story there. Maybe they're a big shot smarty pants and they can't handle any more email. And that could be the case. I don't know. But for me, I scratch my head and go, don't you want to hear from your audience? Wouldn't you want to hear that somebody thinks you're the best podcast ever? I'm like, okay.
Thanks, Mom.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you about the elephant in the room because 2020 is very different than any year has been previously.
What 2012 wanted to be.
Right?
Yeah. So looking at statistics, I've noticed in my own and from what other people have said, statistics are going down right now because everything is just gone crazy. But some hosts are saying that it's not. Some are saying that they are seeing drops. Are you noticing? In your not just Libsyn, but also working with other podcasters, what are you hearing? What are you noticing? It
as the default answer to all podcast questions, it depends. Mm-hmm. If you're into like meditation podcasts, went up because people are like, I need to get rid of some stress. Religion podcasts went up. Kids podcasts went through the roof because they're like, here, Timmy and Chrissy, listen to this. Mommy's going to go over here and try to meditate and not want to kill you. That kind of thing. But obviously sports podcasts, some of them just were like, well, we're done because there's no season. Other people got creative and did a like contest. Like they'd be like, okay, who's the best running back of all time? And then, because that's really, in my opinion, I live in Ohio. Our sports teams are awful. So like, I'm not really into that, but that's when I turn on sports channels, they're just arguing about somebody like, oh, the coach was right or the coach was wrong or whatever. And that's really, to me, what sports podcasting is. It's people arguing over things that they have absolutely no control over. So,
hey, if I wear my lucky socks, my team wins.
Exactly. So some of them found creative ways to do that, or they started talking, what's your favorite baseball moment ever and things like that. So some things went up. Mine went down a smidge, and I think it's because people listen on the commute. And when there's, no commute, all of a sudden everybody had the same commute I did, which is about 5 feet. So I know my podcast listening, when I started working from home, just took a nosedive because I used to listen to about 3 hours a day just driving, and I don't drive anymore. So, I had to start. Yeah. Now I wake up early in the morning trying to exercise, and that's when I listen to podcasts. But I think some went up, some went down, and it's hard to tell. I know now that things are somewhat opening, I'm hearing, that the stats are starting to climb back up. So hopefully that'll be the case, and they'll just
that's good.
Keep on going. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to say one thing as well, Brandon. When you brought up your slides, I noticed that in the number of new podcasts, that chart, it went slowly increasing to March, and then there was a big jump to April, and then a slow increase into May. So all of a sudden, we got like maybe people were listening a little bit less, but all of a sudden there were all these new podcasts as well. And we only have so many hours in the day that we're able to listen to podcasts. If the market's all of a sudden flooded, then some of our stats might go down a little bit.
That's a fair point. So basically what I'm hearing is don't sweat it if your numbers have gone down during this pandemic. That podcasters, there's lots of reasons why they could have gone down, and it's not because it's not because you dropped in quality. I mean, you might have, but it depends, I guess.
What I always do is I will pick a date range, whatever it is. So for me, I go 7 days after an episode was released. I will go in and see how many downloads I have, and I put that in a separate spreadsheet. And then when the next episode comes out, and it's been out 7 days, and I will compare that, because monthly and weekly and daily stats can go all over the place. In fact, I get that ticket at Libsyn a lot. People will go, there must be something wrong. And I'm like, why? And they're like, my numbers, I got this huge spike. And you can go in and see where their recent episode came out and they got, a couple hundred downloads, but then there were like 9,999, like of every episode was downloaded 9 times. And if they had 50 episodes, that's a pretty nice bump. And it's like, yeah, apparently somebody said something somewhere about your show and 9 people came over and downloaded every episode you have. And that's great. Except next month when that doesn't happen, you're like ready to like jump out the window. Cause you're like, wait, what happened? And it's like, don't know.
I think we could probably take a cue from all the epidemiologists who are out there right now telling us you've got to look at the rolling 14-day average and things like that. So when we get these spikes, we understand that it's just a spike. It's not a new trend. However, if you can start seeing trends that way as well. So who knew that COVID was going to teach us how to read our podcast stats?
Right.
Yeah.
Learning statistics.
Yeah. I started at one point, I had done what I was doing, and then I started a new year, and then I started comparing last year's to this year's. And the more you do this, the deeper the rabbit hole goes. And it just started dawning on me that, wow, I'm spending a lot of time looking at these numbers and not really learning much. I'm like, yeah, it went up, it went down, it went, and so I just like, I could take this time that I'm staring at my numbers and telling them to grow, get bigger, come on, you can do it. And then if I took that and put it into content or promotion, then the numbers might actually go up. So that's when I was like, okay, enough of the, I'm down 0.017% from last May. I'm like, just go pay attention to your audience, Dave. What are you doing?
So then if somebody's, things are starting to open up again, but if somebody is still working from home or still furloughed or something, rather than worrying about the stats, you would say go focus on your audience. Is that?
Yeah, that's actually one of the things I think that people overlook, and I've this is like a drum I've been beating, is you really have to figure out who your audience is. I've used the analogy of Secret Santas in December. If I get Secret Santa and they're like, oh great, you have Harold in accounting, and I'm like, where's accounting sit? Who? I'd have to go ask somebody, what is Harold like? And they're like, oh, he loves the Philadelphia Eagles and he's a huge fan of their quarterback. So I go out and buy a jersey of the quarterback for the, Philadelphia Eagles. I put it in a box and give it to Harold. And Harold is like, who was my Secret Santa? And they're like, Dave. And he's like, can that guy be my Secret Santa every year? Because all I did was I figured out what my audience wanted and I gave it to them. And I think sometimes people, and I understand this. I do this sometimes. I just talk about what I want to talk about, but I also need to figure out, is that what people want to hear? And I sometimes think we don't spend enough time on that. And there are all sorts of, fun-filled tools and toys and things like that. You can kind of, like, I like going to Amazon and finding a book on my subject and looking at the 4-star, so not quite 5, and 2 stars, because almost always they will say, like I saw one last night, it was like, not bad, I was hoping to hear about blank. And I was like, oh, okay. So there's somebody that said, here's what I'm interested in. And then the 1 star will be like, this book was total crap except for this. And then you're like, okay. So, and you kind of get, because you'll see the kind of silly reviews like you do in Apple, where it's like, great show, love the host. That's not really much of a review. And you'll see that at Amazon. Great book, loved it. Okay, no
got a free
detail.
copy.
Yeah. Exactly.
So when you go into Amazon, and also if you look at the table of contents, a lot of times that could be, potential episode ideas. So, and I figure, well, if this guy took the time, or this woman took the time to write a book, I'm assuming she did the homework to come up with this table of contents. And sometimes that's just what you need. You're like, I'm not sure what I'm going to talk about this week. All right, well, go see what people are talking about and go from there.
I love that idea. That's such a good idea to mine Amazon for feedback and talk. Let your audience tell you.
I was happy because it was one of those, like, you have it in the shower ideas where I'm like, I bet there's really pretty valuable like feedback, not in the 1 and 5s, but in the 2s and 4s. And then I went to Amazon and I was like, actually, there is. I'm like, that's a really good idea. I'm like, yay me. I came up with something that works. So
I love it. I love it.
Quick, I gotta ask. So content, since we're talking about that, content, can you if you were just started a podcast, didn't do anything, and your content just was rocking amazing, do you think you'd need to do anything else to grow? Can you be?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I know from the music world, I just know so many like ridiculously talented musicians that are just like amazing, and nobody's ever heard of them because they don't have a big record label, whatever, for whatever reason, they haven't got the big break, things like that. And so I think it's easier to grow. Let's go that route. Because if you tell somebody, hey, have you heard so-and-so, they're going to go, that was amazing. And they're going to tell somebody else versus somebody that doesn't have that. But yeah, it's the whole, if you build it, they will come just isn't true. I mean, there have been, anybody remember the Andrew Dice Clay podcast?
I remember him, but not his podcast.
Yeah, he had a podcast. So some people think I just need to be a celebrity and put it out there. And my favorite thing about the Dice Man is he thought he was on radio, and he kept doing, like, he'd be like, all right, like it's like 9 minutes into the podcast. He's like, and you're listening to the Dice Man. And I'm like, dude, it's not the radio. It's not like we're tuning in the middle of it. It was so stupid. But so you do have to have that content. And I think you still need to, I always boil it down to figure out who your audience is, go to where they are, make friends with them, and then tell them about your podcast. Because I think if you don't do that, you're kind of hoping that your fans will. And it kind of goes back to, ask somebody to tell a friend. But yeah, what do you guys think?
I think you're hitting it on the head. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, you can have the coolest thing in the world, but if nobody knows about it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
right.
It just doesn't, and it's sad, but it's the way it is.
And I mean, how many times have we seen one-hit wonders on the radio? They've got one song that takes off because it was marketed like crazy. Or how many times have you gone and seen a terrible blockbuster movie? The Suicide Squad made a ton. It set records in the movie theaters. It was a terrible movie. Oscar-winning movie.
Whoa, wait a minute. Terrible? I mean,
my favorite.
Robbie.
There we go.
Margot Robbie.
What's your name, dude? I'm sorry.
Rod Walsh has a great example of this. He says The Lone Ranger had Johnny Depp in it. I remember it because there were Happy Meals and like posters and tons of promotion for it, and it just tanked at the box office. Meanwhile, The Sixth Sense was this like almost little independent film, and not only did people see it, they would go back and watch it again and bring a friend because the content was so good. And he's like, so marketing really isn't, it helps, but if your show isn't any good, and that's why I always say you got to get a review from somebody not named Mom. You've got to get somebody to let you know, is it good or not? Because it doesn't do any good to put money behind it or whatever kind of promotion you're going to do if all that's going to do is let the world know that your show isn't that great quicker.
Dang it.
Oh,
this is good.
What would we do without our mothers?
Yeah. Hey, can we ask is there any listeners out there with any questions? We've kind of been really dominating you, and is there any folks out there that maybe have some questions or stuff, just because this has been fun, Dave. It's always fun to talk with you. You're like the sage of the podcast. and
the wise sage. Well, I've been letting my hair, I didn't let it grow. There wasn't any place to get it cut. So I let my beard grow. So now I can let it, if I get it like another 3 feet, I can get a white robe and
yeah. Oh, I want to see the pointy hat. Absolutely. Oh man, yeah. Shall not pass.
See, I mean, I haven't shaved in about a week and a half, but
Oh, wow.
Quarantine does different things to different people, I guess.
I solved the hair cutting problem by cutting all my hair off. Just buzzed it.
That's it.
Yeah.
No worries. Love it. Awesome. Well, cool. What are we doing?
Well, I think that is time. Dave, thank you so much for joining us tonight. It is always a pleasure to talk to you about podcasting. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Oh, thanks for having me. This was fun.
I do want to point out before we let Dave go, though, if you enjoyed this, you should check out Ask the Podcast Coach on Saturday mornings. I don't know if you're doing it tomorrow morning with.
I am tomorrow morning.
Oh, you're a podcasting fiend tomorrow.
He is.
So tomorrow morning at 8:30 at Mountain Time, he's Ask the Podcast Coach /live. It's a fun group. I've been doing it for a month and a half now. Been showing up there. So it's a lot like this format where talk about the podcasting space. And if you want your podcast reviewed, he was talking about having someone other than Mom do it. He does a show with Eric K. Johnson called the podcast review show. I mean, it was really complicated. So be sure to check.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. We did have one question come in from Adam. Actually, 3 questions, but they're all kind of around how do we measure if our show is good and how many downloads should we have?
As always, my favorite answer, it depends. How do I know if my show is good? Comes with why are you podcasting? So if my podcast is to get the word out about a message that people need to hear, are people hearing the message? Well, congratulations. You're successful. If my podcast is I want to talk Formula One racing with my brothers and I'm talking Formula One racing with my brother, I'm successful. But if my podcast is I want to get more coaching clients or things like that, that's going to be measured with, it's not all about the downloads, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So you have to know, why am I doing this? And then who I'm doing half my presentation for tomorrow. Who is your target audience? Because the fun part is, here's who I'm talking to and here's what I want them to do. The fun part's in the middle where you get them to do that. And it's hard to say like how many downloads are good. Because if I did a weight loss show, like it's the Dave Jackson weight loss hour, and I got 300 downloads, that would kind of be like, meh, all right, not great, not bad, not horrible, but there are a lot of fat people in the world. I should probably be able to get more than 300 downloads. But if I did the Pygmy Pony show and I got 300 downloads, I'd be like, oh my God, this is great. That's like half the people in the world that have a Pygmy Pony. There's only, 600 people or whatever, and I've got half of them listening to my show. So it really does depend on the topic, because the more niche you go, the smaller the audience, but the more rabid they are. And it also goes into like, what are you trying to do with this? So it's one of those, like, it depends kind of answers. But the worst thing you can do is compare your show to other people. That will sap you like nobody's business. I remember once I had somebody and they like literally were like, I can't believe this. I have 200 people every episode downloading my show. And I said, do you realize it's the teacher in me? I go, that's 10 classrooms of people that are listening to your show, and they can leave you anytime. They're like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And then somebody went into a Facebook group and said, hey, we just went over whatever, insert large number here. And they were like, oh, and I'm like, wait, hold on, time out. What happened? And they're like, well, what do they have? I'm like, no, don't look at them. They could have a giant marketing budget. They could be doing, you've been doing this, whatever, 9 months. They've been doing it, 13 years. Don't compare yourself to other people. Just stay focused on, why am I doing this and who am I talking to?
My favorite example I think that you've used is if you have a brain surgery podcast, does it matter how, and you're trying to reach brain surgeons, your numbers aren't that going to be that big. I just Googled it. There are less than 3,700 brain surgeons in the country. And so if you had 300 of those, you would have 10% of the market.
Yeah. And you never know who's listening. I do a meetup for people in Northeast Ohio, and I never have had more than 10 people, but one of those 10 got me on TV. So it's not really, again, the numbers. It's who's listening and the why.
And you'll go dig deeper tomorrow and all that. Right?
Oh yeah, we're gonna get. I've done about 20% of my message, so you'll hear it again tomorrow with fun pictures. So
that's right. So. Yeah, so Dave's coming back tomorrow. Get your tickets at UtahPodcastSummit.com. If you want to be able to hear his talk, we're really excited to hear from him tomorrow. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will be back with the podcast, The United States of Dramerica, which I'm very excited to hear from. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
And we're
All right, everyone, we are back with more live podcasts. Woohoo! All right, up next, we have Dan with United States of Dramerica, the whiskey podcast that's not exactly about whiskey. And I'm so excited to hear from his interviewee tonight, David Meyer. You guys are doing a crossover podcast tonight with Gold Dust, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
That is. Thank you very much.
Of course. Well, I'm going to let you get started. Have fun with the podcast.
Thank you, Chrisella.
Thank you very much. Good evening, David.
Good evening, Dan. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. So, welcome to a slightly different version of United States of Dramerica, the podcast that's not about whiskey. So, here we are on the Utah Podcast Summit, although obviously this year it's virtual, so it's the Not Only Utah Podcast Summit. My podcast is I sit down, I have a glass of whiskey with somebody interesting, and we hear their story. Since COVID happened, I've been doing that virtually, as has everybody. So it saved me a lot of money on buying my guests whiskey. I'm delighted to have you on the show. And I know you've got a podcast as well. So I think at some stage you're going to be interrupting my questions to you with questions to me. If that's how I understand it.
There's a possibility. There might be a few curveballs thrown in there when I'm answering. Might throw a few things at you.
So the first thing I ask guests normally is, how are you? Recently, because of what's happening. But my first question I'm going to ask you is, what part of Utah is that accent from?
It's called Wigan, which is it's a part of Salt Lake City from England.
Very good.
So I'm based. I'm actually in Utah. So technically, this is the Utah Podcast Summit for me. But I'm actually from England. I'm about 20-25 minutes between Manchester and Liverpool.
Very good. So I'm normally in Utah every week. I work for my day job when I'm not drinking whiskey and podcasting about it. I work for a company based out in Utah. So we used to spend time in an office together. I haven't been there since, I think, February for very obvious reasons. But you're there now.
I am. Yeah, I'm here. I've not been in the office myself either. Because of what I do, I'm deemed as high risk. So going into the office it's not deemed appropriate yet. So I'm currently working from home and then going out coaching and doing those kind of things. But I've actually not been in the office either. So I think we're both in the same boat currently.
Well, I imagine that means the snacks available in the office kitchen will be at the top level at the moment. So
they will.
You were a very good footballer on the books of a pro club in the UK. You played Division I soccer at school here in America. You turned your hand to coaching. You then turned your hand to writing about coaching. Then you turned your hand to podcasting about coaching. Let's start at the beginning, the playing soccer bit. Did you grow up sort of watching TV and thinking, I want to be a professional soccer player?
I did, but I also had other interests, Dan. I was very involved in personal development from a young age, in business, but both my mum and dad played professionally. My dad played at a few clubs. My mum actually played for England, so I'm going to give my mum a little shout out. So she played for England. I'm going to say it ran in the family. So as soon as I could kick a ball, I was doing. I remember growing up watching the Brazilian Ronaldo and going into the backyard, running around pretending to be him. But I always wanted to be a footballer, but I always had interest outside of football too, or soccer, should I say. I always had interest outside of soccer as well as that.
Now, your old man did he play in America as well?
He did. So my dad and our paths are very, very similar. I retired at 25 due to injury. So played in the US, played in Spain, played in England, and retired early. My dad did the same. He actually played in England, played in the US, won a national championship, and retired early as well.
So who was that with? Who did he play for here in the US?
So he went to Mercer County College. So my dad was never an academic. He just wanted to play. So he came over and went to a school. I think he'll be honest with himself if he said he didn't really care about the schoolwork. he just wanted to come and play, and did very well. And he actually had an offer to go to Rutgers that he didn't take up. And similar to myself, he got injured, and he's now back in the UK. He's back in England, and we've followed very similar paths. But I'm now in Salt Lake and loving it.
Are the best coaches former players?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I think it goes both ways. I think it gives you an advantage in regards to the fact you have an understanding of the game. So if we put it into another aspect of life, if you were an astronaut, when you finish going up into space, if you want to go into something evolving around NASA from an engineering standpoint, you might have more idea than somebody that's never been into space. But it's not to say that if you've never done the first bit, that you can't do the second, because there are a lot of very, very good people now that are coming into the game that haven't played. I think there are advantages, and you do have an advantage if you have played, but it's not the be all and end all. I think it all comes down to the individual. If you have the ability to learn, and the want to learn, and the willingness to get better, and the willingness really to sacrifice time and spend time around really good people, then you're in a good place. Now, with coaching, for me, you're a teacher. And as a teacher, you have to be able to help people learn. You have to be able to inspire them. So you're leading people. And as a leader, you have to be able to inspire them to make change in their behavior to get better results. So you have to be able to communicate clearly and effectively. And there are a lot of ex-players that, they'll be honest with it, they can't do that. Yeah. So I think that there are certain attributes that help, but I don't think you have to have been a player to be a very good coach.
Yeah. Now, to be a whiskey podcaster, you have to drink whiskey. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to pour myself a small glass. We always spend a lot of time on each episode trying to work out what's the best whiskey to drink for a different audience member. I couldn't find any whiskey from Wigan because obviously there aren't any. And under normal circumstances, I'd probably drink High West because it's from Utah, and this is a Utah podcast summit. And one of my favorite places in Utah is the High West Distillery up in Park City. But I've run out of High West and I can't get any more because it's not easy to get to the shops at the moment because we're still locked down in LA. So I've decided to pick a whiskey that's relevant for the times. So I'm drinking a whiskey which is called Uncle Nearest, which most people will not have heard of, although it's had a bit of a renaissance the last couple of weeks for reasons that aren't ideal. But Uncle Nearest is named after a freed slave called Nathan Green, who was the first African-American head distiller in North America, who actually taught Jack Daniels how to make whiskey. So it's a part of the Jack Daniels stories that not everyone knows, but he was taught by a freed slave who has his own whiskey. Uncle Nearest was set up in a rival distillery, and they've announced a $5 million fund to help with some of the issues that are going on in America today. So it's an appropriate whiskey for an appropriate time. I know you don't have one with you either because you can't get to the shops in a similar way. But anyway, cheers. And also buying whiskey in Utah is a bit trickier. But we found a place. There's a wonderful bar called The Huddle in Utah. Is it in Holiday? Is that the right term?
It's in Cottonwood Heights, just off Fort Union.
Okay. And from the outside, it is what you would describe as a generic sports bar. You know, it just looks like any other sports bar. It's got, I don't know, there's probably 30 screens in there showing every type of sport when we were allowed to watch sport. And it had sport in the urinal, in the toilets above the urinals as well. But weirdly, unlike normal strip mall sports bars, it has about 200 whiskeys. And that was where we last drank a whiskey together, I think sometime late last year. And that'll be the last time we drank a whiskey together for some time, I imagine, given what's going on. So
it was actually about 18 months ago.
Is that right?
It was. It was a long time ago.
Yeah. So how does a soccer coach soccer in the time of COVID?
Oh, it's been a challenging one, I think, with all businesses, but for soccer in particular. And in the service game, because that's what we are, we're in the service game, that people have paid for a service, and how can we facilitate that as best as possible? So the biggest part of what we do is on the grass, but in this time now, we've not been able to do that. Now, luckily, over the past couple of weeks we are, but there was an 8-week period where we were limited. So what we did, we spent a lot of time, and it's quite ironic that the book is based around what we did over this 8-week period of getting to know more about the people that you work with, getting to know more about the players. And doesn't have to be about soccer, because that's only the tiniest fraction of what it is that person does. So finding out more about them. We also had a home program, a technical home program, which was good. We sent that out weekly, but we had Zoom meetings. I had Zoom meetings with my group. We had spelling bees and all kinds of quizzes, just things to keep people engaged and interacting with each other. And as we know, Dan, I mean, we work for the same company. We're under the same umbrella, and that interaction is quite important, because there will be some places that probably haven't reached out to anybody, any of the staff, over the past 8 weeks or over a period. And how does it make them feel?
Yeah.
So for us, I mean, we were very fortunate.
There's a whole world of lessons learned about leadership and communication remotely. I've got a second podcast that I do that link to my day job around innovation. And we've talked to people about the workforce of the future. How do you lead remotely? What are offices going to look like? And there's been a lot around that. And some companies have behaved very well during this, including our parent company. We're not just saying that because just in case our boss is listening, but it's been very good. And it's incredible what can be done over Zoom. So obviously you're keeping in touch with kids. My son does karate, my 8-year-old son, and he's been doing karate 3 times a week. And just obviously it's been 10 weeks or so that we've been locked down here in LA, and we're still not out of it. He's going to do a testing for his belt on tomorrow morning, and I think he's going to get it. But he's come on incredibly. And at the beginning of this, when someone says we're going to do this over Zoom, it seemed almost laughable. But actually, it's incredible what you can do. And I've now taken up karate as well, and I'm going to be doing the Zoom classes, and I'm effectively starting from scratch. It's just people have adapted to working in this remote way in an extraordinary way. Have you sort of learned anything as a coach about how you interact with your kids, particularly during almost the non-coaching phase of this?
I have and I haven't. When I say I haven't, I think it was what's gone on over the past week or over the past 8 weeks is something that I truly believed in anyway. So in the book that we wrote, we talk about 3 things that athletes want to know. And I think this it goes across different walks of life. They want to know that you care for them. They want to know that you can help them, or that they can learn from you. They want to know that they can trust you. So I think that's not just in soccer. I think that goes into several different walks of life. But at the same time, I think the one thing that I have took from it is I care for the people that I work with. By nature, I want people to grow, and I want to provide value into people's lives, which is why we brought the podcast out after the book. Now, I think it's also really important to understand that people are in different situations. So I can call someone up every week, but if they don't want to talk to me, then I'm not actually helping them. I'm just forcing something on them that they don't actually want. So I think the thing that we got across to the people that we work with and the coaches, that we've got to be really mindful around how we operate and how we contact people. We send out the home program, which is fantastic. It was, if I must say so, it was by far and out the best program in the state of Utah. And I think we had nice compliments from Adidas, where they said it was probably the best one they've seen in the whole of America. Wow. Now, it's a great compliment, but what happens if a kid lives in an apartment complex and he doesn't have access to go outside because he lives with his mum and his grandma and they're at risk? So I think the thing with being mindful around what we can ask for and what we provide, but also how can we help them if they're in a different situation to somebody else? So I'm actually gonna ask you the same question, because I know you're in what you do. I mean, you've worked in different sectors. You worked in the government, and you've managed 80 odd people. You've gone private versus public, and now in the role that you've got, how have you managed that? How have you managed the people that you work with? How have you managed the people that you provide the service for? What have you gone about to make that successful?
So I guess this is the crossover part of the crossover podcast. So I think it's interesting. So your 3 things for coaching were caring, trusting, and learning. Mm-hmm. So I think for me, one of the key things is understanding what people are going through. So you know, from a soccer point of view, you made the point about what happens if, you know, it's one student's got a big garden versus one student who lives in an apartment block. You know, from I think a lot of lessons we've learned around how people respond to things differently. So under normal circumstances, people are in an office and you see what they're doing, and they might be going through something personally, but they either tell you about it or you be able to pick up the visual cues around it. But obviously in this new world, it's very different. So some people are ill or worried about people who are ill around them. Some people are, you know, live alone and maybe not in a wonderfully large apartment and are sort of sad and lonely. Some people, like myself, have got a couple of kids, and that has been massively complicated. So I've got a family unit, which is good, but trying to homeschool 2 kids, you know, and do a day job is not straightforward. So everyone's got a different set of circumstances. And when you can't see people every day and can't interact with them every day, picking up on how people are has never been harder. Because you can sit there on a Zoom call and you can pretend to be engaged, and you can, you know, or turn off your camera and start sobbing, and no one's going to know that in a way that they would in an office. So I think being able to sort of read people and making sure that you interact with them and learn their experience. So I think there's a lot around one-to-one communication. So there's lots of team Zooming going on in every company, but it's actually that phone call or that message that says, you know, are you all right? You were a bit quiet on the call. Are you okay? And I think people need to be looked after in an individual way with more thought. Because when you're in an office, you just walk past someone's office, you make sure you say hello. If someone doesn't look happy, you might have a chat with them. Here, you really need to make sure you're checking up on people. And I think that's a big part of this, because everyone is responding to this crisis differently. Some people are loving it. People are loving being at home. Some people are hating it and understanding where they are. And some people are loving and hating it depending on how badly behaved their child is on one day or another. So I think there's definitely something about that personal approach. Second point, and you mentioned this in terms of the level of contact. Communication is massively important. So making sure people know what's going on. Regular updates, even if they're just emails or Zoom calls, just making sure people are in touch, because it can be lonely for people. And if you have 2 or 3 days where there's no fixed meetings, then, you know, you don't know, you don't see anything with people. So I think regular communication, because I've heard stories of people who have had no contact with their company at all. You know, literally a month, 6 weeks will pass with nothing, not an all hands meeting, not even their sort of group or their bosses. They've just sort of been left alone a bit. And that's the worst thing, because people start imagining the worst situation. So I think it's personalization, it's communication. And I think there's something, it's a big part of our corporate culture is the word fun. And I think there's something about fun. So there's some pretty terrible things happening in the world. You know, you've got COVID plus, you know, a week ago rioting on the streets, a whole movement around activism at the moment. And there's a lot to take in for people. It's quite an emotional time for people for various reasons. And so I think it's important to make sure that you are aware of all of that and understand that there's so much going on, much more than usual. You just need to take the time to understand how people are coping with it and make sure they're engaged.
And I think one of my favorite quotes is Theodore Roosevelt one, where people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And this has been a period where as people, we can show that we care about others. So you touched on the individual calls, and it could be something so simple, so simple that now, Dan, I know that your son he's doing his karate, and he's going to be passing tomorrow. And I know that you've just started your karate. Now, if we speak next week and I ask how it went, even though it's something so small, it goes deeper than just me asking a question. It shows that I actually care about the information you've relayed previously.
As long as you're authentic, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I remember I once worked with a guy who sort of walked around the office saying, "How are you?" to people, and they'd walked away by the time they'd finished answering, and that defeats the purpose of it. One of the most interesting, I had a guest on, I think he was 3 guests ago, a guy called Simon Leslie, who works for one of the largest travel publications in the world. And I was asking him how he's been doing this, and he's got a few hundred people, and they've really been hit hard because they produce the in-flight magazines that you put in airline seats and all the advertising around that. So they've been hit massively hard. And what he's done, he's pulled in his network. He's had the most incredible speakers come in, and every day they have a Zoom with some inspirational speaker talking to their team. And I've seen some of the feedback his staff have sent to him on sort of publicly on LinkedIn around it. And he's admitted that there's never been a period where his staff have had so much learning. They've done sort of well-being, mental well-being, confidence, strength, sales, all this, both sort of functional work stuff, but also a lot of personal growth stuff. And amazing speakers all zooming into their calls. And he said, as a body as a team, they've never had such support. And they'll never have a time like it where they're getting these level of masterclasses. So it's been interesting how some people have really embraced this period and taken advantage of it, and may come out with a workforce that is more motivated, more loyal, better trained, and so on at the end of this. Yeah,
agreed. And there are certain people. So in the situation, I think there's 2 different types of people. There are people that want to lead and make things happen and go out and prepare for when this really crazy period is over. And then there's the ones that want to be led. Now, it's not to say one is better than the other or one is right and one is wrong. It's just knowing what people want and how you can get through to them. So Simon Leslie's done something like that, where he's having the webinars and he's bringing speakers on. And I mean, what an unbelievable opportunity for people to learn. Because instead of working every day, you've got an opportunity now to learn about things that previously you probably never would have even had time to.
No, and talking of which, I know this was something you were planning anyway, but effectively your podcast has been launched during this period. So tell me a little bit about the book, and then tell me how you moved into podcasting. I think people are going to be interested in that story.
Yeah. So the book came about last year. It's something, like I said, I truly believe in what we wrote about and making people feel special. So my dad and I, May last year, we decided and got together. The book got released on November 27th of 2019. There are 12 people that feature in the book too, that are at the top of the field. Now, it's a sporting book, but it's based around the importance of connection and the importance of building relationships. And if you could be the brightest guy in the room, but if you've not built a rapport and a connection with people, all you have is your opinion. And people are more likely to critically analyze what you say and what you do if they don't like you. So your opinion then becomes a little bit invalid. It's just knowledge that nobody's listening to. Now, if you're able to build that relationship and build that connection with people, they're less likely to critically analyze. And it's not to say they're always going to agree with you, but they're more likely to be receptive to what you're saying. And the book is based around that. Like I said, there are 12 people at the top of the field in sports, in different sports. So soccer, rugby, martial arts, all the way from Premier League managers down to the top youth coaches. And really, as well as my dad and I's stories, experiences, and knowledge that we had, we got stories and experiences from these 12 people. And we released the book. We've been blown away with how it was received. It's been out for over 6 months. It's still #1 on Amazon in the UK, which is amazing to know that it's affecting people. And because of the success off the back of it, we decided that, look, there's something else coming. There may be another book, but let's do a podcast. And the podcast was coming, like you say, but it came out in this period. Thoroughly enjoying it too. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got two. I love podcasting. I thought our numbers would disappear because people weren't commuting, and in LA, my podcast listening is on the 45-minute journeys you have to do to get anywhere. And we found our numbers have rocketed, either because we've had some amazing guests recently, but I think some of it is people are going walking or sitting in their garden and doing podcasts, or they've finished Netflix, so they've got more time for it. But you've had a great start to your podcasting life, haven't you?
We have. So it actually came out. It's been out for 4 weeks. So 4 weeks today, the first episode came out. So today's episode, it got released at 3 a.m. Mountain Time. So it was 10 a.m. in the UK, and that episode is actually already it blitzed every other episode in regards to the first day of listens. Very fortunate with the guests that we've had on through connections that we've built over time. But the guy was, because I know you're a big rugby league guy. So the guy, he broke every record. He was at a club in the UK that I actually grew up supporting, and broke every record that there was to be broken in the 2.5 years he was there. Came into a team that was mid-table and just transformed this club. And just an incredible guy. He's now back in Australia, but he's so articulate, and it wasn't just what he did on the field, it was what he did off the field. I mean, the town, it's only a small town, but he's loved. And when you get interesting people on that have interesting stories to share and that can add value to the listeners, then I think obviously you have to work to put it out there. But we were very fortunate that we've got these people in, and he's done the podcast today has done very well with Justin in, and long may it continue. But I know I have to thank you as well for your advice and help over the past 2 months.
Yeah, I was actually saying to my wife, I think this is one of those occasions where, I'm trying to think the best analogy. I'm not quite sure this is Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker, but that your podcast is already doing better than mine. But I'm not sure whether I should take that as a compliment or not, because I gave you some advice. Maybe I should be a coach instead of a player, as it were. But
there you go.
No, but it's
You're a great teacher.
So, do you enjoy podcasting more than you did writing the book?
So when I was writing the book, I was actually waiting for my visa to move over to Utah. Now, I've always been the kind of person that it's either all or nothing. So I'm either going full at it or I'm not doing it at all. And the book, I loved it, and I'm quite a private person. I like my own space. So this isolation period has been great because I enjoy being in my own company. I like sitting back and learning and reflecting. But I also, I like being around people and I like engaging. But the book itself, I spent, as well as a good few $100s in Starbucks, I spent a lot of time on my own learning, revising stuff, putting things together, and it was probably the greatest learning experience I've ever had, and maybe ever will have. And for that to be able to spend that time was unbelievable, and also I wasn't just doing it on my own, I was doing it with my dad. And I've spent a lot of time in the US. I've moved over here in 2011 and spent 6 years, and I did move back to the UK in the last 9 years. I've been back in the UK for about 2.5 years. But while I've been over here, I speak to my dad every day. So, I mean, he's my best friend. So we're communicating regularly, and to be able to write this book with him was extra special. At the time, it was unbelievable. And now with the podcast, you never know where it's going to take you. You never know where the journey's going to go. So the podcast, we're on this bus, and we don't know where the journey's going to take us. But I'd say I'm enjoying it just as much, but in a different way, because now it's that we've built something that people are enjoying and people are finding value from, and those people are now tuning in every week, and they're leaving us feedback and saying how much they're enjoying these podcasts with these extraordinary people, really.
Yeah, I think for me, the attraction is the people. So the two podcasts I've got are both interview based, and it's frankly just an excuse to engage with fascinating people. So one's about innovation and one is sitting down drinking whiskey with people. And I wouldn't say I've got a favorite episode necessarily, but 7 episodes ago, we had the guy who played Chunk from the Goonies on the podcast. And I walked into his Beverly Hills law office with a bottle of Lagavulin, and we sat down, and over about an hour and a half, we drank half a bottle of whiskey and had an extraordinary discussion about, working for Steven Spielberg when you're a kid, failing in the acting industry, moving into law. It was the most fun I had. And obviously we produced a podcast and it was, I think, our second most listened to episode. But frankly, just having that conversation, if 3 people had listened to it, although I would have felt that was a waste of his time, for me, it was just absolutely extraordinary. And I've had friends on, I've had people I've known for years on and asked them questions and got to know them in a different way, because you don't sit around with people and ask sort of deep questions necessarily all the time. And for me, you do over a whiskey, which is why the whiskey is the sort of link for my podcast. But I've got to know friends better as a result of having them on. And I think it's just having that depth of conversation is a real privilege. And I'm sure for you to be able to sit down with sports stars, including ones you idolize, frankly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a hell of a thing.
Yeah, it is. And to interact with people that have been successful, very successful in their own field. So you sit there, and I'm sure you're the same, that when you listen to them, I mean, you're interviewing them, but you listen to them and you're learning from them, because they'll have or you really enjoy the conversation to a point where it takes you on a journey. I'm gonna throw a question back at you. So I know you mentioned about the book that we wrote and about the podcast. So in terms of yourself, so with the United States of Jamaica podcast, what was the purpose behind it? And I know obviously the whiskey was a big thing, but what was your purpose and why?
So, good question. So I'm on my 3rd career. So I was a journalist for 10 years, then I was a diplomat for 10 years, and now I work in a tech company. And I loved being a journalist. And I was a sports journalist for half of it. So podcasting didn't exist in those days. I was a print journalist in the days when people actually read newspapers and Twitter hadn't been invented yet, or the internet actually. So aging myself a little. But, sitting around talking to interesting people and then creating some content from it was amazing, and it's what I did for years. And I missed it when I was I had a great career in diplomatic service, but I missed some of that creativity. And I wrote some blogs I wrote a blog for American Airlines magazine. I wrote blogs on the government websites, and that was fine, but I was missing a bit of the interviewing interaction. And when you're in diplomacy, you work with all sorts of people. And I remember I was at an awards ceremony and I had to do a Q&A with will.i.am, the lead singer from the Black Eyed Peas. And I realized almost afterwards, I'd never actually done a live Q&A before, because as a journalist, it was all print. So people aren't watching you do it. Anyway, it was really good fun. And then I started doing more of those. So I'd often host events where I was doing Q&A with interesting people. There'd be 200 or 300 people in the audience. And it was all part of what we were doing in sort of promoting Britain. And I started thinking, well, I could do this as a podcast. And I was actually thinking, shall I do some kind of the Great British Podcast and as part of promoting British government work? And then I had the idea quite near the end of my time in the diplomatic service. So I thought, I'm going to wait until I've left. And I love whiskey. I've spent a lot of time drinking good whiskies with interesting people. And I thought, this is a good hook to do it. So this will be my creative outlet, my chance to sit down and have interesting and important conversations with people while enjoying something I love, and sort of broadly promoting Scotland, because although today I'm drinking Tennessee whiskey, a lot of what I've been doing is about promoting Scotch. And I think, it's, as a concept, we've been through various versions of it. And I tried to do, I think, a comedy podcast at the beginning, and we moved away from that a little bit. But I did an episode last week. Guy who used to work for me, who'd also he'd been a Marine, and he'd been in an advisor in the White House under President Obama. And I talked to him about working for Obama, about what it's like growing up as a black man in America, what he's experienced. And I didn't sort of tag Black Lives Matter or anything like that into the podcast when we put out on social media, but I just had this important conversation with him. And I still never quite sure how these things get picked up in terms of listens. We had more listens before it even publicized the episode was out than most other episodes have had in their entirety. And that one's 5 days old now, and there's now been a subsequent one, but the numbers have gone through the roof. And a few people have contacted me and said, I listened to it, and it was a really important conversation. And so I feel like I'm being a little bit of a journalist again. I think it's because there's so much going on in the world. I've done the future of travel, the future of bars. I've had real conversations about topical things with people, which was never quite what I intended. And I think as a podcast grows and matures, I'm not trying to be a journalist again necessarily, but I feel like I can contribute to these conversations, and I happen to know lots of interesting people who have got a story to tell, and I want to help tell their story. So it's gone from, a hobby to maybe, I don't want to take myself too seriously, but there's definitely something around trying to contribute to the debate at the moment and having guests on who've got a real thing to say. And whether that's about the experience of working for President Obama, which of course is amazing. My guest last week is a magician who talked about, live performing magic, but also his time in the Peace Corps and what he learned about America from that, or talking to a coach about sharing coaching stories. I think there's great stories to tell, and I want to tell them while drinking whiskey with people.
Yeah, no, I agree. And there are so many unbelievable people that the stories may not be heard if it not be for podcasting now, because for us, after we wrote the book, pretty much everything publicity-wise came through podcasting. We went on the radio once, and I think we featured in the newspaper, but I think podcasts give people a platform to tell a story. And I've been very fortunate that over the past 6 months, we featured on a very, very large scope of podcasts, and it was while we were doing it. So my dad and I, we were doing it, and you go, you know what? Why don't we do this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I was on a half a dozen as a guest before I started doing my own, and it's so accessible and they're great. So do you listen to podcasts when you're not producing them?
I do.
Apart from mine.
I do listen to yours as well. I do listen to them. So one of those listens from the last one you had on the first day, that was actually me.
Oh, thank you.
So, and I actually listened to it 100 times that day.
So did I. So no wonder the numbers are so good.
No, I do. I'm very much into performance stuff, mindset stuff, and how you can improve and learn and become better. So I don't know if you've tuned in or heard of it, but the High Performance Podcast with Damian Hughes and Jake Humphrey.
Yeah, I know about it because you told me about it. But I watched a clip of it on YouTube from when they had, I think it's Robin Van Persie on, and he talked about his son who was on the books of a pro club and how he treated his son being in a bad mood because he was an unused substitute in a game, and what he said to his son and how he reacted to that. And it was extraordinary, like really powerful stuff.
Yeah, and those are the kind of things, and it's not to say that it has to be someone very influential that can provide a good bit of information or a great story that you can take something from. But my family military background. My sister serves in the military, and I'm extremely proud of her for that. And I think I love the mindset that goes with it. I mean, some of the stuff that she's been through, really tough. But there's a guy called Ant Middleton, who best-selling author now. He's wrote several books, and his podcast on the High Performance Podcast was wow. I mean, some of the stuff that he touches on in terms of the mindset and how to become elite. And when I say elite, I don't mean to become a special forces soldier or to be a Navy SEAL or to be the best athlete in the world. It could just be being elite at what you do. So whether you work on as a secretary, or whether you work in a store, whether you're serving people, how can you be elite, and what can you do to become the best you? And they're the kind of things that I love listening to. I think the more and more I think I know, I listen to these things and realize that I don't. And that's in both soccer and outside of that. And I love learning. I love listening to interesting people and taking little snippets of information that I can then use in my life.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, part of the reason I did my other podcast is when I joined the technology world after government, I wanted to sit down with people who ran companies and find out how they did it. And while asking them questions that made good content for the podcast, I also thought, well, that is how I would like to run my business as well. And I think, you really can learn from people. And, there's this whole thing about you never stop learning, but podcasts are a great way. I love audiobooks, but there's something about podcasting, good podcasting, and there's some terrible podcasts out there, but good podcasting, I think, is wonderful. Now, look, I'm conscious of time. We were told we had 45 minutes and we should respect that. So I'm going to ask you what is our traditional final question. Now, this is a tricky one because the guests who've listened to my podcast know it's coming and have pretty spontaneous answers. I actually quite like it when they don't know what's coming, but because you've listened, you do know the question. But the final question we ask every guest is, if you could drink any whiskey with anyone, dead or alive, who would it be, what would it be, and where would it be?
I mentioned Theodore Roosevelt. That would be an interesting one, but I'm going to have to go with Nelson Mandela. We talk about the mindset and pure belief and getting results and being able to achieve things that maybe people don't think are possible. And there's no doubt that he did that. And he said a quote that education is the most powerful weapon that you can use to change the world. And I think, look, in what we're going through now in the world, that's even more prevalent. It's a time when we can educate people, because I use the analogy, if you have a really bad driver, or you go to a place where the drivers in that whole area are really bad, and then I get really mad at them because they keep cutting me off, then they don't know any better because they've just been taught that way. So I think whether it be in soccer, whether it be in politics, whether it be in the current situation with the Black Lives Matter, education is the most powerful weapon that can be used to change the world. And by educating people, that's how it can happen. And Nelson Mandela was, I mean, what an inspirational guy. So he's the person. I've rambled on a little bit there, but he would be the person, and that would be why. It's a Utah podcast summit, so I'm going to have to go with High West. I'm going to choose the High West podcast whiskey. And look, I've never been to South Africa, and because of Nelson Mandela's origins and where he came from and what he achieved and what he did in that country, I would actually like to have it. My dad's actually been there. I would like to have it in the house he grew up in, and sit there after he's done everything that he's achieved and find out why and what he did and how he did it, because I think that would be a pretty cool setting. We could have done it at a nice steak restaurant, because I do like a steak, but I think doing it there would be more powerful.
Yeah, very good. David Mayer, thank you for sprinkling some gold dust onto our podcast today.
Thank you, Dan. Really appreciate I always enjoy our conversations.
Absolutely. And thank you to Chrisella and the team organizing the Not Only Utah Podcast Summit. It's been wonderful to be part of it.
Thank you so much for being a part of it. I love listening to your podcast, and this was so much fun tonight to hear from both of you. So thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Chriselle. Appreciate you having us on.
Of course. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we will be back at 7 o'clock for Super Dirt. See you in a minute. Sharing screen. There it goes.
Okay.
No, we made one up specifically for this.
We are ready to go live with Super Dirt. Bobby, take it away with introducing Super Dirt for us.
Oh my gosh, really? Okay, that's right. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have a treat for you tonight? If you've lasted this long, thank you for staying at the celebration of podcasts and just being a part of this kickoff for the 2020 Not Just Utah Podcast Summit. We this is a special treat because this podcast has a special place in my heart because it's so freaking crazy and beautiful. And as you know, if you heard my fandoms, I like it being a little off and a little unpredictable. So Super Dirt hopefully will get a little unpredictable. So without further ado, if there's anything else, just to let you know, Super Dirt is a parody podcast of a news program that takes itself very seriously.
So serious.
Yet it's not very serious. So we may offend some folks and we may get some fans. Who knows? Let's see what happens. So
It's a terrible mistake.
say that again.
It's a terrible mistake.
Yeah, we may have just done ourselves in and ruined podcasting for the end of the world, but we're going to give it a shot anyway. So we got a house full of folks. I'm going to turn the camera. I think, can I turn the camera? I wonder if I can do it I can do it in the fly. It looks like. Booyah! In the house. So we are 6 feet apart, except for those two. I don't know why they're so close, but they're relatives. But
Because they love each
We're
other.
emotionally distant.
emotionally. All right, folks.
Seriously, every
Welcome
episode goes like this.
Yeah. Welcome to Super Dirt, and we are without further ado. So, do we have to wait for Brandon? Where
He said when it's time to start, he'll say the word.
He'll be back.
he knows what he's doing?
He knows what's up.
He knows what's up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this
I'm
is
here.
a sneak peek. Oh wow, that was cool. He's like God or something.
From above.
Wow, that was weird. He doesn't show up on the thing. I don't know how you guys do it, but it's a beautiful technology. Okay, without further ado, we are starting with Verse News, the real news in the verses. And I think when everybody is ready and the sound happens, there should be some music, I think.
I don't have the first sound. We'll have to. We'll do it in post. We'll do it in post. Or
Beatbox it.
God has spoken, and God says there is no first sound.
is it this one?
No, don't do that one. No, that one's ours. That's
Why I stay standby. That's why I stay standby. We'll go ahead. We'll do it live.
Action in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Verse News, your trusted source for all the objective news in the verse. I'm Mike McNosian, and this is so nice to see everything back to normal.
Which should be our top story, but it won't be. Rick Rogers here, back on desk. I'll never be late again, Mike. That was not fun.
Well, let's hope not.
Diving right into the news, our top story tonight takes us to the rising unrest across the verse. The Punisher has joined the protests in Metropolis. We have our correspondent down with him now. JK, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. JK's here. Hey, I'm on the street here with the Punisher. Punisher, sir, Mr. Punisher, you got 2 seconds with me, Mr. Punisher, just 2 seconds. Why are you here? Join the protest here today. Why are you here? Give us the in.
Frankly, I've tried all manner of violent protest against unjust and oppressive policing systems. I thought maybe it was time I attempted a non-violent protest. Luckily, there was already one happening. I don't believe what happened is just, and the way the protesters are being treated is also unjust. It's about a corrupt system that needs to be stopped.
Well, you heard it here, folks. You heard it here straight from the Punisher's mouth. He's trying to fix it without violence. Believe that or not, without violence. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, JK.
Rick, don't you find it odd the Punisher is out protesting peaceably? It feels like the system is so broken, it finally broke him.
I don't know about that, Mike. With what happened to that poor scaly mutant at the hands of the Super Task Force, I can't say I blame him for trying a different approach.
It appears that approach is working. Many local governments are repealing laws that favor hiding excessive force and bad acts by anyone who is signed up for the Super Taking Force. Task Force. There are also talks about removing powers from the Super Tribunal and holding all supers on the task force accountable for any misactions. Currently, they have a wide range of immunity due to the Super Defense Act of 1965, but it appears this lastest act of unnecessary violence against the mutant kind has taken its toll.
It's not just about one mutant, Mike. It's about excessive super overreach and a community being consistently marginalized.
It is unfortunate, but we must move on to the traffic. What are you seeing out there, Marty?
Well, guys, this is not going to surprise anyone, but stay out of downtown. Everywhere, if they're downtown everywhere, I mean, just everywhere, stay out. If there's a protest, if there's a downtown going on near you, don't go there. There's probably a protest. Unless you're joining the protesters. Then the protesters have clogged up all of the traffic in city centers across the verse. No, Suzanne, they're not beating up people and looting. It's a peaceful protest. Wait. I may have spotted Deadpool and Dumbledore with the protesters in Metropolis. I'll have to go swing around for another look. Back to you, Mike.
That sounds quite like a jam, Marty. Thank you.
Don't forget our traffic and weather are sponsored by Impeccable Implants.
The gravity of Earth 1 can be such a drag, especially for supers. You don't want anyone to notice as you get older and parts of you begin to sag. If you feel your body slipping to new lows, come see us at Impeccable Implants. We'll raise your rump bump or help your milkshake bring the boys to the yard with the most advanced surgical techniques. We can operate on any super and have you fighting villains within the week. Our implants are also high impact and blast tested to ensure they won't rupture in battle. When your age starts to show or you just want to refresh your look, trust Impeccable Implants to battle your age for you. All surgeries imply risk. Impeccable Implants is not responsible for damage done with impervious skin, loss of hair in places we cannot mention, or air, or other side effects caused by its product ingredients or surgical procedures. All surgeries are at your own risk, not an actual product. Impeccable Implants. Your bumps have never been more firm.
Now, time for the weather.
Well, guys, I'm pretty sure there is pepper spray and tear gas bombs in the works for protesters. But you know what Prime Minister Luther says? You gotta be tough on those people protesting because they're so peaceful. There's gotta be a reason for the justice people to just do what they do. I totally think that he's right. I mean, don't you think that he's right? Okay, well, all right. In other weather, fine. It looks like we will have some heat, and that will lead to some storms in the northeast. Somewhere in the northeast of somewhere. I gotta go do some more studying. This is confusing. That's all I got.
Thank you, Susie. We appreciate your candor.
Do you, Rick? Do you really?
Would it matter if I didn't? It's just what they tell me to say, just like, Chrono, tell us what's happening in Hollywood, because that sounds like news to me.
Thanks, Rick. Chrono here. I was hoping to have the hot story on the D-Works henchmen protest, but it appears Mutant Lives Matter. It appears they've joined the Mutant Lives Matter. The ostracized are teaming up with the ostracized. Maybe together they can make a difference. I haven't seen major forces joining like this since the Golden Girls joined Charlie's Angels. In other hot news, I have it on good authority Squirrel Girls gangs isn't fighting the Rescue Rangers for territory. It It's my favorite thing in the world, a scorn love feud. Searching through old tweets, we found secret love notes between Squirrel Girl and Chip. At about the time the feud started, the love notes stopped. Chip just ghosted her on Twitter. I can't believe he'd be so insensitive, but it does tell us why Squirrel Girl is so angry and determined. That's all the hot dish for now. Back to you boys in the studio.
I'm not sure if that's real news, Rick, but he's on the payroll, so
I can't say I disagree.
Our main story tonight takes us back to the... No, I can't do it. No more stories on the protest. I refuse. Fire me. Send me to retirement. Put me out that pasture or
Okay,
whatever.
then. I guess our main story takes us to the protests. Autopsy results on Marcus Lizardo, the green scaly mutant killed by Wraith, in an alleged abuse of power, confirms the mutant was dead long before Wraith released him. Wraith sucked the power straight out of the mutant. Unfortunately, Marcus had no powers to defend himself, as his mutation was simply that he looked like a lizard. While the Super Task Force has yet to comment, they are enforcing curfews in light of the news. Officials fear the curfews will escalate the looting and violence. However, it appears to have made the protests more peaceful, save for the officers who are choosing to use excessive force in situations that don't appear to call for it. Hopefully, we can all agree that mutant lives matter.
All lives can't matter until mutant lives matter too, Rick.
A great point, Mike. Well, that's all we have for this hour. If you have a lead on a story, send it to us at versenews@ativerse.com. Stay tuned for Super Dirt coming up next.
Welcome to Super Dirt. I am Bobby Baxter, editor-in-chief of Super Dirt here at Super Dirt HQ. You would think that Super Dirt is not a hard thing to say, but for some reason, for Bobby, it's hard to say sometimes. Welcome to Super Dirt HQ. In the house, we have amazing team of top-notch reporters, the best of the best in the verses around the universe. Every universe, there is no better team than the Super Dirt team. And who do we have in the house today? In the house today is Mickey, the Mickey Miller. That's right, Mickey Miller. I had to look really quick. Mickey Miller in the house. He is a doctorate in law. This man knows everything there is to know about the law in the world, in the verses. When you need to understand something, he is a philosopher and a king. So, Mickey Miller, welcome to the show. And of course, Henry Harrison from behind, master's degree in philosophy and a second in mathematics. Man, I mean, the guy is just a walking thing of knowledge. We know that, of course, Super Dirt is beneath him, but he is still here, still bringing up the dirt. Thank you, Henry, for still showing up, even though, you think we're pathetic. And of course, who else do we have? Oh yeah,
this would be why, Bobby.
Yeah.
This would be why.
This would be why. Mr. I Am, of course, is in the house, and of course you can't see him because Mr. I Am is Mr. Invisible.
Is he in the house, Bobby, or is
Oh,
he
no.
on location today?
Yeah, that's right. He's
He
not
can't
in the
be
I
house.
here.
see you remembered his name.
Well, hey, I couldn't see him, so I didn't know if he was here or not. So we'll talk to Mr. I Am later, Mr. Invisible in the house later. And of course, we have Kenny Cassidy in the house. Always wanted to be a real reporter, was never taken seriously until you came to this beautiful space of Super Dirt. And Kenny is here to keep us all in check because she's the only legit reporter we have on the payroll.
I think she's the only one that gets checks, right?
She may be the only one that I actually
You're not supposed to say that, Hen.
Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen. Did I just see somebody coming in?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Bo Babowski, our
incidental reporter or accidental?
Accidental
and incidental. Incidentally, he's a reporter.
Insensical, I would say. It's
Insensical.
gotten a little higher in here right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bo Babowski, you're in the house. You haven't been in the house in forever. He has been all over the world lately, figuring out the sex ring with Minnie Mouse there. And
Brothel, Bobby.
oh, it was a brothel. Sorry, not a sex ring. That's something completely different. The brothel. Bo, welcome. I'm sure you have lots to tell us, but I don't want you to say anything right now because then we'll get off base and unconfused. And last but not least, of course, we would like to introduce, of course, you cannot see Val Killery. Val is, we couldn't do this without her. She is, of course, it's probably not her real name. What do we know about Val? Basically nothing.
We know she tracks us and comes to us remotely.
She has us all rigged with whatever it is. Who knows what she has? We probably have a bomb on our backside at any time. She could blow us up if she wants to.
That's why I'm remote.
That's why so Val Killery in the house. Val, would you like to say hello?
Bobby, I'd just like to say that if I could blow you all up, I'd probably do it tonight because I strongly object to you springing this live video on me. I've lent out my V for Vendetta masks to other protesters. All I have is this thing that I can put over my face. I can barely see my screen and my notes. I strongly object to this.
You kind of look like a Jedi, so that's perfect.
I'm really kind of surprised you don't have one of those, webcam switches.
Oh. I was in the process of moving. It's a bad week.
Oh.
It's hard to get tape right now, apparently.
It's hard to get.
It's hard to come by,
All right, that's the introduction to our crackpot. It's not crackpot.
I'll take it.
Yeah. What's the word I'm actually looking for
here?
What am I actually looking for? I keep
If
saying
you had just stopped at crack, our crack team of reporters.
crack of
reporters. Yes.
All right.
I'm the only crackpot here.
Yeah, that's right. So, okay, let's start with headline news. We got a bunch of headline out there. This is how the show works. We're going to go to Mickey first. Mickey's got something to tell us in the headlines. What do you got for headlines?
Well, I have an idea that I have nothing. Let's be honest. My entire life has been these protests this past week. I've got nothing, Bobby. Why would you come to me first?
Ideas here. We need news.
Calm down. What was that, Mickey?
I've been wrapped up in these reporters. I've got some old news, old dirt to come to, but right now, I don't think. Let's go to someone else.
Bobby, I've got a headline for you, Bobby.
Okay. Val's got a headline.
Human duck mutant escapes.
Human duck mutant escapes.
Is this? Oh, I don't.
Oh, I like it.
It's real, people.
It's real.
It's real.
It's real.
Human. Is it like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle thing where it got morphed and now it's a ninja? I like it.
You might know this one. It's Howard the Duck. So what I found out is that Howard the Duck is actually a genetically modified organism.
That's a quack.
Hey, this is serious news there.
Serious. Come on, Henry. Come on, man. Give us a break.
Okay, so he's not an alien. He's actually a human
He was created here on Earth.
So was his body like propaganda?
Yeah, because the storyline was that he was from a whole planet of ducks, right?
Whole different universe. He was from a different universe, not from Earth. Come on. If you want an Earth duck, you got to go to like Scrooge McDuck or Donald Duck. I mean, there's plenty of Howard to choose from.
Here's the thing, is that Howard the Duck, along with all of these other ducks like Scrooge McDuck, was created by Disney. So there's a warehouse with a basement where they're conducting these experiments, and they created this human duck hybrid, and now they've let it escape. And so they've been using this cover story all along to make it seem more friendly and, sellable for commercialism and capitalism and all that fun stuff. But it turns out that it's actually an ugly, evil little thing, and now Howard the Duck is bent on world domination.
So do they start out as humans and turn into ducks, or the other way around, or is this a marriage of...
It's kind of like a grafting of the cells. I don't fully understand the science, but I watched a video.
Are you sure it's in a basement?
What?
Are you sure it's in a basement? Does it have to be a basement? Why is it always a basement?
Because Disney has miles of underground tunnels. Have you not seen the tunnels under Disneyland? They have miles of tunnels, and one of those leads into this genetic modified laboratory.
Wouldn't you call that a dungeon, though, not a basement? Isn't that more like a dungeon?
I mean, basement's where I store my comic books.
I am trying to be an objective reporter, and that sounds like emotionally loaded language, Bobby.
You may be right. Emotionally loaded. I'm always emotionally loaded. What do you got, Henry? You got something to say? I can see it.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about it actually happening at the parks, I've seen the lights up on Cinderella's castle up in the top. So I'm wondering if they're expecting people to look down in the dungeon, right? But if you remember, say, Beauty and the Beast, she was locked up in the tower, no?
Right.
Oh.
Where are you going with that?
Rapunzel.
Yeah.
Henry, are you saying this is a false flag operation?
Quite possibly.
False flag. Okay, let's table that. Do we have any? What's some other headlines out there?
So, okay, I've got one. Bartman is speaking out against the task force that has recently been sent to his universe. Apparently, Lex Luthor is thinking that if the government makes a task force that can go and monitor the Simpsons universe, that we will know everything that will happen, and that this and the toxin that's been happening and the protests, and that Lex Luthor can get a jump on things before it actually happens, because apparently they've got some sort of fortune-telling ability over there in the Simpsons universe.
You're telling me the Simpsons have a crystal ball?
I think it's just that universe says stuff that happens.
I don't know that it's a crystal ball in as much as they say crazy things that could never happen, and then all of a sudden it just starts to happen.
I want an example of some of these things, because quite frankly,
I think Lex just got mad because he tweeted "Eat my shorts, man," and so yeah, he got mad.
Do you think there's some kind of time dilation going? Like their universe is actually happening?
No, see, I don't think this is it. And Lex Luthor, he's got a good point. I mean, the Simpsons even predicted that he was going to be the prime minister of Earth One. They just did. They knew who he was, and it was the most outrageous thing in the world. And then they decided,
predicted, or did they make it come true?
And that's what I think. That's what the task force is about. Is saying is that they're saying these crazy things and forcing them to come true.
Wait just a second. Wait just a second. Are you telling me that Bo just said something that made sense? Is that what you're just telling me?
Yes.
No. I cannot believe that to be true.
Bo very often makes sense. You just don't listen to him.
I gotta open up the mini bar that Val had installed the other week. Hold on, okay, we're okay now.
You're welcome, Bo.
So you're telling me that the Simpsons could be the Destiny point players in the universe for Earth One?
Well, yeah, all it would take would be for somebody to infiltrate their universe to force things to happen. Like, I mean, say I just wanted to become a millionaire in 36 days, I would just need to put something into the Simpsons universe, and that would force it to become true.
Bobby Baxter will be a millionaire in 36 days in the Simpsons universe.
So does that mean Batman's been visiting the Simpsons universe?
Who has?
Batman, because wasn't he accused of insider trading? Like, where did he get that information?
That was discussed, though.
He was beating up the bad guys and letting other bad guys go, and that's why he can make a lot of money.
He claims that that's not what's happening, but if he was visiting the Simpsons universe, then that means Batman is a really bad dude who has some sort of dimensional transverse thing that we don't know about.
Oh, well, that reminds me of his surgery. Who's got that line?
So that is Batman more plastique or plastic?
What?
We've long suspected that Batman is human, right? Doesn't actually have superpowers.
Right. He's just a smart dude.
Yeah. So you'll notice that, say, Wolverine, Superman, all these other actually superheroes have these amazing physiques that, aren't humanly possible. But when you see the photos of Batman, not even taken by his press team, these are unaltered, he's got, shall we say, some impressive pecs.
Yeah,
well,
really impressive.
I would say that, it almost looks like they're molded out of rubber. They're so perfect.
Moonlights at Chippendales?
Or are you saying that he visits lots of impeccable implants locations?
Yeah, but how easy is it to he could be a scrawny nobody, a suit. You could put anybody in a suit that just has the pecs and all that stuff. Dude,
just look at Shazam.
Have you ever tried putting one of those on, Bobby? Because they're not easy to move in.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, how does he do all the... Yeah.
So what are you saying? That it has to be lighter, and he does have to have big muscles to move around in a tight.
I'm saying that the word is that he's enhanced.
Oh, you mean like juicing?
Yeah.
So it sounds almost like he went down the Clayface route.
Clayface.
Yeah, the villain that Batman from Batman's Rogues Gallery that is living clay that can shape himself into different forms.
That will. But word is also that the Thing left a negative review on Impeccable Implants' top competitor.
And Impeccable Implants. This is that surgery place that does plastic surgery on supers, right? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah. What a joke.
Well, I mean that's not a big deal.
Hero, and then you don't feel good enough about yourself that you got to implant.
Well, I mean, even some superheroes age, right? Some superheroes are not from here. Our gravity's different. Maybe they sag.
Gravity's
as
different.
a female, like sagging is
goodness.
never any fun.
Sagging is never any fun. Yeah, you heard it here first. Sagging is never any fun.
Well, I just want to go back to the thing of leaving a negative review.
No good. We don't like it.
Well, this runs into our contract with the cities that we talked about.
It's true
that superheroes have to upkeep their image, otherwise they're going to lose their contracts and their revenue.
True.
That's
Everybody's
fair.
got to make money. That's true, including supers to live.
I mean, because they have all the endorsements and everything, so they're supposed to like.
It's part of the
Looking
industry.
good.
Looking
has to
good
be.
is their
You know,
thing.
that's interesting. Nobody really thinks about that with the supers. That's interesting.
Did you notice a couple of years ago there was a big chunk of time where Batman had gone missing, and Commissioner Gordon had even stepped into, like, I don't know, they called it a bat suit, but it looked more like a robotic bunny. And I wonder if Commissioner Gordon was covering for Batman for a surgery.
Oh,
there's the implants, but then there's the other side where they pop the pill, but that only lasts for like 4 hours. I mean,
pop the pill.
So are you saying that he's doing both?
It wears off after like 4 hours.
You're talking there's a muscly Viagra pill where your muscles get really there's a lot of blood flow with your muscles
after like 4 hours, and then you gotta take
and if it
Bobby, don't
wait,
entertain. Stop.
if it lasts long, I'm just gonna say if it lasts longer than 4 hours, they need to go to the
then
hospital.
you gotta go to the hospital.
Just had to say it. I had to say it.
Pardon us. We need to get in touch with our attorneys to make sure we're not going
Pepperoni.
to get sued.
Pepperoni.
So let's get back on topic. There was
Thank you.
Were we ever on topic? Go
there
ahead.
was a business card that was handed to me. Apparently, this was the Joker's doctor. The business name was ripped off, but the tagline was there of putting the vein back in villain. I don't know if it worked for the Joker, because to me it doesn't look great, but he's got a smile on.
Putting the vein. That means like the big vein you have on the side of your head, when you get pissed off. All right,
we're gonna move
go.
on.
Let's go to Old Dirt. Let's get into Old Dirt. That headlines.
We have a question from the dirtbags that are calling this reporting into question, wondering about if Batman's doing Chippendales with the cowl.
Ooh,
Yes.
who's with the cowl? What's a cowl?
The mask, Bobby. The mask.
Well,
the mask?
It would have to wear the mask. It's part of the
So
uniform.
Batman has the cape and cowl.
Oh, okay. Oh,
And then does he have like a bat speedo? Is that what it is?
not a full Monty, because then he would be seen for who he is. That would be bad.
He does. He has an alter ego, right? I'm
Surgeon
hoping.
can only do so much.
Surgery can only do. So yeah, he probably still has on that stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would
that
think.
just adds a little bit
So
of
did we
excitement to the
establish
show.
whether or not he's actually enhanced or if he just wears like a rubber suit?
Well, if he's doing Chippendales with just the cowl on, I would say that he's enhanced. It's not just a molded rubber suit.
It's a pretty big difference from his 60s outfit from the 90s.
yeah.
And that was 30 years later.
Exactly.
That's
And
30 years. That's 30 years to work out. These heroes, they work hard.
He's got to have somewhere to put those dollar bills.
Hey, and I'm just going to point out that anybody could put on a bat mask and say that they're Batman and then strip. I mean,
It happened
anybody
with
could do that.
Spider-Man, yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think
Now I want to go through Bobby's albums, see if he's done that. It seems like he came to that way too quickly.
yeah.
I'm just
I
saying,
can
there
find
may
it.
have been a few
I don't need
dancing
to-
Batman.
Bobby.
and bad girls.
Pepperoni.
I'm just saying, bad
Pepperoni.
girls too.
Pepperoni.
Just saying, there's also bad girls.
Bobby, pepperoni has been spoken.
All dirt, old dirt. We're going to talk about some
Do
old
we
dirt.
want to talk about where Bob's been?
Oh, yeah, no, we're not there yet. We got to hurry up and get there. Okay.
Rewind for
Headline.
old dirt.
Old dirt. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Did everybody hear that?
We actually have.
We
them,
missed that, yeah.
Look at that.
Okay, who's
It's time to rewind for old dirt. If you guys would have been quiet, you could have heard it.
I
Just
know,
saying.
right? Mickey's just anxious. He's got old dirt that he wants to talk about. I can tell. It's just like burning the
Dude, I found it. Last week we were talking about how the Ninja Turtles were framing Roger Rabbit for trafficking My Little Ponies using the pizza delivery network as their smuggling ring.
That
And
was
so I decided to look into this because, I wanted to hook Bo up with some of that pony hair because,
Yeah.
he seemed so interested.
That's
But so I started looking into it, and the dots just started connecting with a story that we talked about not last week, but a couple weeks ago, about the Mario Brothers. They were accused of using those tunnels to jump between universes, or not the tunnels, the pipes, those green pipes that they use.
peeping out of people's toilets.
Yeah, I mean, coming in through people's toilets because I guess that's what they were accused of. But so I was monitoring the pizza delivery network, right? Because you gotta pizza gets there in 30 minutes or it's free, right? It's no problem, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I started following the pizza delivery around, and I noticed that there are, they made their occasional deliveries to the sewers, which I then followed. And you know what I found inside of those sewers was not just and yes, I was trying to avoid that, Bobby. But so some of those green pipes from the Mario Brothers world,
green pipes,
they connect into the sewer system. I mean, you would kind of think that was just naturally the case, but they do. They connect into the sewer system, and the Ninja Turtles are then they're receiving the product through the pizza delivery network, handing it off to the Mario Brothers, and then the Mario Brothers are interdimensionally smuggling this material. And so it's a big crime syndicate at this point.
Yeah, but have we figured out what material they're actually moving? Is it My Little Ponies? Is it just their hair? Are they smuggling them in and then shaving them and then releasing them to the wild? Like, what is going on here?
Well, so far I've only found pizza boxes, and I you never know with the Ninja Turtles because they've got the pizza boxes that actually had pizza in them, and then they have these other pizza boxes that I'm pretty sure are the contraband.
Are we calling pony?
But I don't think you can fit a pony into the pizza box unless you're really doing something weird with that pony.
Maybe a mini pony.
So are they smuggling the ponies to their lair with the Mario Brothers as well? Did we establish that?
Well, no. It's the pizza delivery network that's taking things to the turtles. I mean, they're taking pizza.
But then the turtles
too.
give it to the Mario Brothers that interdimensionally shoot it around to wherever they need to go.
Yeah. So the turtles, they own the streets. They command the streets with the pizza delivery network. Which
you don't mess with the turtles.
Yeah, and they deliver more than just pizza.
I mean, eventually, wouldn't that little guy get upset that he's got a bunch of naked little ponies hanging out in their lair and be like mad at the
How did you get to naked ponies, Bo?
And aren't they always naked? I mean, what pony has clothes on?
Hairless?
Hairless?
Oh, you mean that hairless is different than naked, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the poor little naked ponies now.
Well, okay, guys.
Like a naked.
We have a dirtbag comment. He's
What'd you
wondering
say,
if
Val?
we have a dirtbag comment. He's wondering if they're making pizzas out of the pony meat.
Ooh,
That could do it.
If it looks like maybe they take the hair and then to get rid of the pony. I think
It's
that
not like it's a unicorn. Come on.
I'm thinking it's more of it's going to Ollivander's wand shop.
For the wands.
So their
to make
side
the wand.
hustle, the way
they're
make
taking
money.
the bones. Maybe they feed the meat to people and then use the bones for the wand.
Well, because unicorn hair is very prevalent in wands.
But we're talking about My Little Ponies, not the unicorn. So are they passing
there
it
is
off
a
as
unicorn,
fake?
My
No,
Little Pony.
there are unicorns.
And there's a
there are
Pegasus.
and there are.
But then it would be a My Little Pegasus and a My Little Unicorn. Why are we talking about My Little Ponies again?
Because that's what they call themselves, Mickey.
because
that is what they prefer to be called.
Just like we call ourselves legitimate.
Now that Kenny has given me the scoop on what a brony is, then we don't need to talk about that. So. Now that I finally know what a brony
but
is.
they will be at your house in 30 minutes or less.
The bronies?
Well, with the pizza delivery network, who knows?
You know, Bo having this experience with Mario peeping out of a toilet makes a whole lot more sense if that contraband is like substances you shouldn't be doing. I'm just throwing it out.
Yeah.
There you go. Speaking of Bo,
it sounds like this goes all the way to the top.
which
All the
top?
way.
Or the bottom. Or does it go to the bottom?
What top, Val?
It might go to the bottom.
It sounds
All the way to the top.
When things from the sewer go to the top, it usually makes a mess.
Oh, that's called a backup. That's a backup. Yes. Okay. With all that said,
a segue.
yes, that's a segue. Bo, you've been out
Where
and about.
in the verse is Bobo Bobowski?
Yes. Where in the verse have you been? You're in studio, but you've been around the world. What's happened in the last few days? I know you were
I've been somewhere. Where have I been?
Weren't you in New York?
Oh,
That's where
yes.
you're headed,
Oh,
man.
crap.
I was going up to New York.
He herding cats. That's where they got that term,
I'm
herding
just-
bows.
I'm saying.
So I went up to New York. I was going to go hang out with Jean Grey because she was up in New York, but I got distracted because
Didn't you call her God?
I did. Well, she is a god. I mean, she can like end you right there and be done
Focus,
with
Bo.
it.
Tell us what happened in New York.
I took him off track. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, in New York, they had like this ginormous street party. And I was like, hey, look at this. Finally, a
Wait a
party
minute.
I can
This
go
was
to.
2 days ago?
Yeah.
A giant street party?
A giant street party. All these people hanging out in the street. They were all
Were they
chanting
carrying
and running
signs?
around. Yeah, they had signs. And I was like, hey, where's the barbecue? And they're like, no, we're not barbecuing. We're protesting. I was like, oh, crap. This is not going to end well for me. And they were protesting. It wasn't a street party. And so I had all these mutants on one side of me, and I turn around and I had all these stormtroopers on the other side of me, and I was right stuck in the middle of a protest. Can you believe it? I was
Now, I heard that you might have flown during that, Bo.
Yeah. So is there some new news we need to know that you're actually a super on drugs?
Well,
That's
so-
not good.
No, we talked about that. Remember?
Yeah.
So there I was. I had the mutants on one side of me, Mutant Lives Matter, and I had the stormtroopers on the other side of me from Lex Luthor. He had to go do some photo op. I don't know. He wanted to take some pictures of him, made some selfies or something. I don't know what it was.
Focus.
Focus.
It was the Hall of Justice, Bo. It was the Hall of Justice.
All of a sudden, it could have been the Quaaludes I took, or the acid. I don't know. That I mixed with the
You took them at the same time? Oh,
I
my
was
gosh.
just whisked up in the air, and I was like, "Oh, thank goodness I'm not gonna die today." But yeah,
you realize you made the front page, right? Discovery of a new super.
Yeah. Discovery of a new super. Bobo Bobowski is.
So are you a
But
super?
the biggest problem with all that was I missed out on the party and the barbecue.
Well, we all knew that Bo liked to get high.
Bo, it's a protest.
Yeah.
So
was
did
a
you just?
protest?
So what happened after
There
you
was a
flew away?
protest.
What happened after you flew away?
I don't know. I just came in the door.
Oh my god.
That was 2 days ago, Bo. That was 2 days ago.
Fly
That was 2 days
Oh
ago.
my goodness! Where in the world did you end up?
Okay.
Frank?
Did we? Are we getting a call in? Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know.
Aren't we? Yeah. We're getting hold of
the phone.
Mr. I Am. Hey, did you? It's still going. Are you gonna answer the phone, Mr. I Am? Mr. I Am, are you out there?
Hello, you there, Bobby?
I'm there. I mean, I'm here. I'm not there. I'm here. Are you? How are you? Are you okay? Are you? This is Mr. I Am in the house, Mr. Invisible. Invisible Man, not Mr. Invisible. Invisible Man.
Invisible's the first name.
Normally he would be with us, but unfortunately the tribunal sentenced him to 6 months of probation, not being able to come near the studio for all
Well, let's be honest. Do we know that he's not there? Do we really know he's not there? We can't see him.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
don't. Oh,
What happened
guys
to-
always give me the creeps when you say that. Do you want to know why? Because, dude,
He's
he
touching
runs
you on the
around
shoulder.
naked.
He's touching you on the shoulder right now. Hopefully,
Hey,
it's his finger.
What
No, I'm
happened to
just-
Mickey's advice to get him off with one day?
That's why he only got 6 months.
Yeah, yeah. It was a hard sell. Bo, how are you doing? What's going on out there?
I am.
What's
How you
happening?
doing?
What did I say, Bo? Mr.
Are you
I-
confusing
I'm
me
doing
for
fine.
Bo,
I'm
Bobby?
doing
Fine.
I'm
glad
sorry,
you're
dude.
concerned about
That's
me.
very. I apologize deeply, Mr. I am.
Come on, get it straight, dude.
So, have you been hanging out in the protest? Are you doing other things? Are you running down a story that we don't know about?
I am tracking down a story about laws that discriminate against people. And I found several states where the district attorneys are working towards overturning old laws that discriminate against minorities.
That's fair. That's fair. So, what else have you been doing?
Well, in addition to that, I was talking to the state district attorney in New York, and well, I started realizing that I got a censor call on Bo.
Censor call from what? Are you tracking him now too?
Well,
shouldn't we all?
Yeah, I think it's a thing that Bo needs to be tracked.
It takes a
I
village.
don't know why you guys didn't start when I did.
I mean, you just gave him an automated panic button, right?
Didn't Val hook you up? Didn't Val hook you up with an always find Bo thing?
Well,
am I low jacked?
You are low jacked.
No,
Super so many times. No,
he's
no.
hijacked.
No, he's
That's
hijacked.
probably a good idea.
It's for your own safety, Bo.
Probably good. Yeah.
But I had to go save Bo because he was about to be barbecued. And quite frankly, they were starting to make it smell good.
Pretty sure.
Oh, wait, I thought Bo was the one who was high at the
So
time.
how did you save him then?
I know what happened. I know what
I
happened.
have a pretty good idea.
You now own Wonder Woman's plane, correct? Isn't that what you
do.
got in the deal?
I
Uh-huh.
do.
And Wonder Woman's plane can hover too. It can go
It
and it can
can.
hover and do all kinds of stuff, right?
It can. And so I had to go out on this meeting, and Bo, you owe me big.
So you're the reason everybody thinks Bo Babowski is a superhero?
Oh, hang on. I don't know that we want to publish this yet.
Oh, this is cool.
Don't admit to that yet. Don't admit to that because
we
might-
right here, dude. Here's the doctor right in the house.
Yeah, I mean, do not admit to anything. Let's leave that interpretation open. I mean, we all know what we each think, but if you don't admit to that, maybe we can take advantage of that. I mean, maybe Bo's a super and we can use that.
Are you saying we
Oh.
should use this for our marketing? We're gonna
Of course not. Of course not. The front page of the World Times is not something that we would use for marketing purposes. But if there is a legitimate story about a new super, it might be a good way to. It might not market. It might be a good way. I mean, it would be great for the show that had that new super on them. Just saying.
I think we need to quit talking about this right now.
Then does marijuana.
So everyone listening, do we have a super that can wipe people's brains? Because that would be good. I know.
No, we
Bobby, I can do something that's just as simple as wiping somebody's brain. I can just start a misinformation campaign and spread it all over the internet that Bo is a super. So there we
Perfect.
go.
Val.
I'll just start a troll farm or something.
Okay, Val,
I don't know
that's
how I
your
feel about this.
job. Go for it. Hey, we've got sometimes you have to do shady things to make better things not shady.
All right, Bobby.
Just
Well,
saying.
then we're gonna
Okay.
change gears.
Yes,
and we're gonna
change
go to
gears.
I know what time it is.
Dirtbags out there, give us the dirt on the super.
Right.
Dirtbags, unite! All you dirtbags, come on. Let's talk about the dirtbags. What do you
The
got, Kenny?
dirtbag mail. All right. So the first one that we have is that. Let's see. This comes from Linda
Oh
B.
my gosh, this is great.
And Foghorn Leghorn is back in rehab. How do we feel about this? Or in rehab?
Oh, in rehab.
In rehab.
He's never
In
been.
rehab.
Never been in rehab.
Ever since I was a kid, I knew that dude was on meth. I knew it. You could tell. I mean, listen to him for of course. Some people,
Well, I say so.
He had to be on
Makes sense.
something.
Yeah.
It sounds a lot like Bo, so
I did give him a few dime bags here and there.
Mickey,
my mo Mickey.
His first one was free. I mean,
Dime was a lot more money back then.
So
Didn't we
Foghorn,
just talk about not admitting anything on the air?
you know,
Bo?
we are
Honest
probably.
officer, I just found it on the ground right there.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Loghorn, Finghorn. I mean, Fog Legging. Legging horns of Fane.
Well, I mean, I guess if we can't get anybody's name right, I feel a little bit better about the start of the show, Bobby. I mean, it's not like I wasn't there for your kid's bar mitzvah.
That's right.
Wait, did your kid have a bar mitzvah? I can't remember.
Well, since Bobby's not married,
According to Bobby, he's not married or he has
At
multiple
least
wives. We
not
haven't
in this
figured that out.
universe. Not in this universe.
That is not what you said last time. You said which one.
Okay. I meant universe. I meant which universe, not which woman.
Get your
That's
story
what I
straight,
would've
Bobby.
said too. That's what I would have said too.
I like
and on the legal side, if we can't get anybody's name right, we can't be sued for libel or slander.
That's right. There you go. With that said, I want to talk about this. This one really is interesting to me. Wile E. Coyote is actually the CEO of Acme. Mind blown.
so it's just a marketing campaign then?
Yes. Yes.
Or is he the head of research and development because nobody else will do it?
How can he not die? Come on. How can he not? He's fallen from thousands and thousands of feet, and he comes out with a bent nose.
Maybe he's immortal.
This really explains, though, the stationary camera of him setting up with the Acme equipment, right?
Absolutely.
Research and development.
It makes total sense. But here's my question: is the Roadrunner in on it? That's all I'm saying.
Does the Roadrunner know?
Does the
Maybe.
Roadrunner exist?
Maybe he's paying the Roadrunner off. Maybe he's taking all of this money that's coming in from Acme products, squirreling it away to offshore bank accounts, and then paying off the Roadrunner.
Mickey, are you saying that maybe the Roadrunner is just a digital creation?
Oh, I mean, have you ever seen a Roadrunner that can go through paintings on walls before?
Oh. Maybe the Roadrunner is the one who has the magical powers and they're trying to figure out what they are.
I think it's a setup.
It's all a test.
I think it's all a setup to make more money to sell more Acme products. Period.
One of the dirtbags in the chat has told us that Wile E. Coyote is the quality assurance for Acme.
Quality assurance for
See,
Acme.
he makes sure that the stuff works, and I don't know.
Is that part of the false narrative that they're trying to put
Yes,
out?
that's what they want you to think. They want you to think that, and it's all a hoax. It's all a hoax to sell more Acme products. Although I guess it doesn't make much sense since most Acme products that he uses don't actually work.
Well, no. Let's connect these dots again. Let's connect these dots again. So you've got all these products that don't work when the Roadrunner is by them, but then all of a sudden they work perfectly when Wile E. Coyote is there. Now, if the Roadrunner was a digital creation, he would not trigger the activation of any of these products, and so then Wile E. Coyote then goes over and touches. Wile E. Coyote doesn't want a video of just him like blowing himself up for no reason. He's got to create a villain because everybody loves an underdog.
Who? Look, Wile E. Coyote's the underdog, or
yeah, Wile E. Coyote's the underdog because the Roadrunner keeps getting away.
I always wanted him to eat the dang thing. I always wanted.
See, you rooted for him because he was the underdog. He's literally a dog. He's a coyote.
The Roadrunner was just an experiment that went wrong.
Roadrunner's kind of greasy.
Wait, Mr. IM, you're saying the Roadrunner is another mechanically or
also
magically
Maybe the Roadrunner is also a human dirt bird genetically modified creature.
So you're saying the brothers are getting in on this?
So for some reason they're really into genetically modifying birdie things.
So birds are terrifying. So
to Howard the
all of the
birds
big
are related to all right?
Yeah, all of the big companies that put out these biopics are actually genetically modifying creatures. Or is that to make more villains so they can make more movies? Like, what is the real story behind this?
So would that mean that the Roadrunner is a villain of some kind?
Yeah,
that would make him.
You know what? I never liked him. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it. Never liked the dang Roadrunner.
Is it
I always
because
liked Wile E. Coyote, even though he was an idiot.
Is it because he only beeped at you, Bobby?
Yeah, he was all conceited. Just he was like, he might as well put the finger up at the coyote.
That
Like, you're an
Roadrunner
idiot.
rage.
You're an idiot. I don't like people that think they're better than other people. And that the Roadrunner obviously thinks it's better than everybody else.
See, I tell you, the Roadrunner is digital and was created by Acme to endear people to Wile E. Coyote as a marketing effort to show these products working perfectly.
There you have it. I think that this is worthy of doing more dirt. Not more dirt. Yeah, more dirt. That's exactly what I meant. Okay, we're going to wrap up the show, guys. It's been fun. This has been a great experiment of dirtiness or something like that. Super dirty news.
We didn't go that dirty.
We didn't go that.
It's a dirt explosion.
Folks out.
Much dirtier.
Welcome, or thank you. Not welcome. Goodbye. You are the weakest link. No.
Thank you for joining us at Super Dirt today. If you have a question, visit us at superdirtnews.com on any of the social media.
All right. Thank you. Signing out.
Henry Harrison.
Bo Babowski.
Kenny Cassidy.
Invisible Man.
Val Killery, who's never doing this again.
And Mickey Miller. That's my name, Bobby.
Mickey Miller. Signing out. Thank you, all you dirtbags out there. Keep listening. Signing off. Bobby Baxter, Super Dirt HQ. Goodbye. You are the weakest link.
I'm gone.
Hi, Brandon.
Hey, Kyle, we have a pepperoni in the house.
In case anybody who's watching wasn't sure, pepperoni is our safe word.
Like it matters, like we listen to the safe word. But,
Obviously, Bobby.
but we are all consenting adults, and we.
I don't know how consenting I am. I don't know how consenting I am.
I didn't agree to any of this.
Okay, hopefully we'll have somebody come back to the summit tomorrow. But
I know, right? After that, everybody's like, "Oh gosh."
No, I think that this is exactly what a podcast is supposed to be. It shows just how different one can be. You don't have to just do a straight up interview show. You can do whatever you want. You can have fun. You can
for a while.
You can come over and say hi.
Straight up interview show. Hey, Mr. I Am is a real human being. Thank you.
Hello.
He's in the house. So giveaway,
There you go. Now
Mr.
we can
I
see
Am. It's so much fun, guys. Podcasting, I love it that we all love and have passion for this podcasting thing. It's why we put together the Utah Podcast Summit, because it is such an outlet for your passion, your love of something. And I gotta say, and I've said it 1,000 times, you guys are tired of it. It's one of the funnest things I've done in so long.
And just so you all know, as a last minute note, like there's not everyone on the show that knows anything about fandoms. Like we have like 3 guys that are really, really, really into it. And then I know that Chrisella is really, really kind of into certain fandoms.
Certain things, but I mostly have to go to Kyle and be like, "What is this?"
Yeah. Everything I know about fandom, I get from my husband. Don't ask me about any of it.
And I would have been a bigger fandom nerd, and so this is so beautiful because I get to live through you guys, and I get to ask what is that? So what is that?
So what's really cool, and we talked about this. Is the canvas beneath us? Is that where it's at? The canvas workshop?
It is on the main page of the Utah Podcast Summit on utahpodcastsummit.com. When you log in to the summit page, if you go on there, it's on the main page, and there's a pre-recorded video because Bobby, Brandon, and I are doing stuff all day tomorrow. There's a pre-recorded video right there where we teach you how to walk through the podcast canvas, and then a link right below it where you can download it.
Yeah, and so this is where that was born, and I had an idea that then morphed into this, and I was like, I can't do this. It's way too much work. And so I was like, Kenny, you'll fall for this.
and me and Kelly, me and Kenny work in the same
building.
Yeah, building, and I came up to her one day and I goes, guys, please let me be a part of this. I just need an outlet like this. I need a alter ego that I could be a goofball in, even though I'm a goofball a lot. I just wanted this alter ego. And I basically begged you guys to let me
you didn't have to beg us. We couldn't do it without any of you here. So
just an amazing group of people.
Yeah, an amazing
group. The group makes it possible. It really does.
It does. Yeah. It does. So
we really do it just to have fun.
It really
absolutely. This is a classic example of how podcasting can just be a great outlet. a great outlet. We do touch on touchy things, and we're in this weird universe. So it helps us feel better. It helps me feel better about the world and just stuff.
Unless we
can
break Bobby's brain trying to explain the world and stuff to him.
Sometimes I feel like I've lived somewhere else, and Kenny has to. what is the word I'm looking for? Has to school me.
Yes.
On
certain things.
On the
help you cope.
Yeah. Like a brony. What the crap is that?
Oh goodness.
I
I
can't believe that's a naughty thing.
We never.
It's not a naughty thing. There are bronies that are not naughty. It's only naughty if you make it that way.
Yeah. See, that's what I thought. They happen to be dudes that like ponies.
Level of broniness and where you.
No, that's not what a brony is at all.
See there? Okay. I'm not crazy.
Quit making things dirty, Kenny.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Brandon.
Right.
It's official.
Christelle's like, please stop
We
this
should
now.
wrap this up before everybody emails me requesting a refund.
We need to stop pressing.
All right.
Chrisella has the power. She could just mute us right now.
I could kick you all out and say good night. We're done.
Okay, I apologize for all that. It'll be better tomorrow, I promise.
We'll be more professional tomorrow.
Yeah, it's after ish hours.
We have to get all that out of it.
But so what kind of things do we have going on tomorrow, Chrisella? We've got
so
some
much fun stuff. All right, so we're starting out the day with a keynote speech from John Lee Dumas. He runs the Entrepreneurs on Fire podcast. He has something like 2 million downloads. I don't know. I can't remember the exact numbers, but he has been podcasting for a long time. He's one of the first podcasts I ever listened to when I started podcasting. And he knows his stuff when it comes to podcasting. So that's going to be great. After that, we are breaking into 3 tracks: a start track, a grow track, and a build track. So depending on where you are with your business with your podcast, you could be at the point where you're just getting started, or you could be at the point where you are just trying to figure out how to grow your community and how to how to grow your audience. Or you could be at the point where like you have your audience, you know what you want to do with your podcast. Now you're trying to build a business out of it. Or you have a business and you're trying to add a podcast into your business. We're going to be covering like both perspectives with that. After that, we've got over the lunch hour, we have some networking meetups. We have a couple of volunteers who've come together to host a few networking meetups. So, we can't meet in person this year, but at least we can connect virtually and kind of get to know each other that way a little bit. Then we're going back to the breakout sessions, back into the 3 tracks. John Lee Dumas is going to be doing an AMA in the afternoon and Ask Me Anything. We just had a question come in from Tamara. Yes, there will be recordings of all the tracks. So if you purchase a ticket, you can't attend something. Everything that we have done tonight, all the speakers' presentations tomorrow will be there for you to go back and watch. And that's going to be available to you forever.
We should have told the Super Dirt crew about this before.
Oh,
what
surprise,
happens
Super
on
Dirt crew.
Super Dirt doesn't stay on Super Dirt.
It's
here.
staying online forever.
Oh, royalty,
Yeah.
right?
But yeah, so if
you can have a part of that.
Yeah, there you go. But that way you can go back and rewatch certain parts, or if you get to a different point in your podcasting journey, you can go back and watch a different track that you might have missed the first time around. So that's going to be all there for you to view forever. After the breakout sessions are done, we're coming all back together into one main session. We're going to have a panel on monetization where Dave Jackson, who was with us tonight, he's going to be talking about books. We've got a couple of great other great, really great speakers talking there. And then we have our closing keynote with Tracy Hazard, who's talking about the binge factor, how to make your podcast bingeable, which is I'm super excited for. I've heard Tracy give a couple of presentations and she's always amazing. So.
And if you haven't listened to her podcast, The Binge Factor, very enlightening for podcasters because I binge listened for like 20 episodes.
She's good at it. She knows what to do.
She knows what
she's doing.
Yeah. All right. And then after all of those speaker presentations are done, we are going into the Voice of the West competition. Over the past 6 months, we have been working to find some of the best podcasters in the Intermountain West. They are coming together tomorrow evening to pitch their podcast for a chance to be named the Voice of the West. I'm really excited about this because we have gotten some great podcasters who are going to be coming together and pitching with us. So that video, if you're tuning in via YouTube or Facebook, that video of the Voice of the West pitch is going to be available on our Facebook page, on our YouTube page. Again, you don't have to have a ticket for that part, but if you want to see anything else from tomorrow, come get a ticket. Even if you can't watch everything, you're going to be able to come back and watch the replay. So it's definitely worth it.
And you can just go to utahpodcastsummit.com and click on 2020 summits or tickets, right?
That is correct. I'm putting the banner back up. There it is. utahpodcastsummit.com. That's where the tickets are. It's going to be a really fun day. I'm super excited to hear from everybody.
Yeah, it is going to be very cool.
Yes, it
Be great.
Yep.
Okay, folks.
All right.
You guys get a good night's sleep bright and early in the morning. Well,
Bright and early.
9 o'clock's not bright.
9 a.m. But, bright and early when it's, you're used to sleeping in all day. All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you. And we'll see you tomorrow at the Saturday Summit.
Thank you for tuning in. Bye.